knocking the computer offline. We're good? All right, council members, Eric, your staff ready? Let me call to order the special town council meeting for Monday, February the 2nd. Appreciate all that our town staff did during the weather event. Eric, my compliments to everybody. I know all the departments and everybody had to make some kind of adjustments, and heard a lot of folks out there working hard, so thank you all very well. Item 2 for this meeting is public comments. We don't do sign-ins for special meetings. If you would like to speak, please come forward, give name and address, and 2.5 minutes, please. Do we have our clock set up? Okay, the clock is set up.
Hi there. Michelle Stress, 545 Veranda View. The Town and Recreation Department's mission commits to delivering superior performance and establishing a standard of quality that endures for generations. Its mission emphasizes exceptional, sustainable, and affordable recreation opportunities for residents. As the decision to place plastic grass comes forward and the arguments from the Rec Department are offered, it begs the question, what is the role of our Recreation Department? Is it primarily here to serve residents and provide public recreation, or is it designed to be a vehicle to generate revenue through tournaments and outside users? Much of the justification for artificial turf seems to focus on increased usability, tournament play, and attracting regional events. Hurry, hurry, hurry. While those activities may generate income, they are not the core purpose outlined in your mission statements. Nowhere in those missions does it say that revenue generation should drive major infrastructure decisions. It says sustainability, it says affordability, it says quality, it says service to residents. Artificial turf may increase field availability, but it also brings long-term financial, environmental, and possibly health costs. These fields must be replaced every 8 to 12 years. Has that been budgeted, or will we just allow these fields to fall into disrepair? Or heaven forbid, another referendum? They continually shed microplastics into our soil and waterways. They become dangerously hot in summer. All of these affect local families and children, not visiting teams. So again, who is this park being designed for? It doesn't sound like the residents. Public parks should first and foremost serve the public. They should not be shaped by short-term scheduling demands or revenue projections. The town's vision speaks of leadership and engaged citizens. Leadership means asking hard questions and resisting the temptation to prioritize convenience over health. Engagement means listening when residents raise legitimate concerns and offering a true public comment and design process, which the last of which was over 10 years ago when nobody even knew what was truly being proposed. There are safer alternatives that balance durability, usability, and environmental responsibility. I'm asking you to offer a real opportunity for the public to ask questions and share concerns. And please don't make this decision in a vacuum or over an email chat. And please, please do not take anecdotal comments like you get more microplastics from brushing your teeth as gospel. Take the time to read the scientific research and let the people be heard, and clearly affirm that the Recreation Department what it exists to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please, for public comment. Anyone for public comment? All right, there being none, public comment is closed. Thank you very much. Item 3, presentation of the 2026 to 2030 Town of Mount Pleasant Strategic Plan. Mr. DeMora.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, good morning. It's good to be with you. I'd like to begin by asking you to imagine an organization that has no plan for capital projects, no plan for road or stormwater repair and maintenance, no transportation plan. Imagine an organization that has no plan for vehicle maintenance or replacement, no requirement for financial reserves, no emergency funds for a really bad day. No mission statement, no designated core values or personnel guidelines on how the staff will conduct its business. No plan for healthcare benefits and other benefits that are fair to the employee and the taxpayer. and no plan that requires constant improvement. Well, that was the town of Mount Pleasant before we started with our strategic plans. I'm proud of where we are today, certainly not satisfied, and I'm pleased to introduce to you our fourth strategic plan. It's the next step in our organizational story. It's built on successes of prior strategic plans, implements your direction, the direction that you as town council have provided, and incorporates input from the public and staff. It features 3 main themes and 48 action items. And when the plan is done, we will be more efficient and consistent in the delivery of our services. It'll be supported by streamlined processes and clearer communication. We will be more engaged with the community. Will be improved through targeted automation and modern technology, strengthened by more reliable infrastructure and assets, enhanced through strategic upgrades and consistent maintenance, reinforced with systems that ensure continuity of operations, will be better positioned for long-term sustainability and future readiness, defined by a more resilient and high-performing workforce. Will be strengthened through improved recruitment and onboarding, supported by clear development and advancement pathways for employees. Will be enriched by a culture centered on engagement, well-being, and long-term retention. That is who we will be as an organization. I'd like to dive a little deeper into the process that led to the proposed strategic plan. First, we reviewed our mission. Why are we here? What is our purpose, and is it still relevant? We defined our core values. How will we conduct ourselves and our business? We conducted an environmental scan or SWOT analysis, the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And then we developed the plan as well as the goals and objectives that support it. Our mission statement, it's of no surprise to you. Delivering superior service in a manner that's distinctive and impactful to each person served, and that establishes quality of service that endures for generations. Our core values, this is the core values that guide our business practices and our personal relationships, and they're unwavering, not subject to negotiation. Those are words. What do they mean? What does it mean to how we will act? We'll show respect and dignity, treating everyone with courtesy, all the way down to personally escorting visitors to their destination around town facilities. We'll act with integrity, making ethical decisions that prioritize the public good. We will provide excellent service, not what we can't do, what we can do. We'll take ownership of complaints, and we'll pursue resolution of those complaints. We'll engage better with the community. We'll serve as ambassadors for the town. We'll ensure transparency and timely communication, sharing clear, accurate, and timely information across multiple channels. We'll stay informed and educated, professional development. We will look for best practices and community issues by understanding town ordinances, our current projects, and communicate our future plans. We'll support a safe and resilient community. We'll lead by example, and we'll maintain our professionalism through appropriate attire and clear communication and respectful service. The environmental scan, our SWOT analysis, this is what it produced. Our strengths as an organization, citizen service. We have a strong reputation as a local government leader. 3-time All-America City Award winner, multiple department accreditations and awards. One of our strengths is leadership. There's a clear organizational mission. We adhere to our core values, and there is a Mount Pleasant way of doing business. Our budget and operations, we're lean at staffing. We look to embrace new software and technology. And financially, we are very strong, with strong internal reserves, always balanced budgets, AAA bond ratings, and commitment to preserving and maintaining our community assets. Our culture is a belief in citizen service, belief in employee wellness, and an emphasis on performance, and our mission is clear. We want to leave this community better than we found it. Those are our strengths, but we also have weaknesses. It's becoming more difficult to keep up with increased pressures and demands. There are rising demands to provide services. I know you know that, you feel that in the communication that you have and with constituents. There are non-traditional requests for service that didn't exist before, or that our grandparents or our parents never would have thought of asking the local government for. Social media, movement away from citizens as partners to citizens as customers. I'll give you an example. Not long ago, we had garbage pickup, and it was not known to the driver, but there was a plate of glass next put on the other side of the trash container. And so the truck goes by, it picks up the container, it dumps out the contents, it puts it back down. Unbeknownst to the driver, the glass had fallen on the ground, broken into several pieces. We received several phone calls, people upset about the delay for us to go back and clean up the glass. I did not say this, but I remembered and like to think that I would do the same, as I know you would. You just take a broom and a broomstick and go out there and clean it up ourselves. That's the difference between citizens as partners rather than citizens as customers. Challenges to responding to every complaint, every breaking wave that comes in every day. We also have weaknesses in competing for talent for some job categories. Credentialed positions, mostly engineers, paramedics. Private sector competition is tough, and we're not always as fast as we could be at seeing market changes when it comes to compensation. We could be better at maintaining our community assets at necessary levels. Our infrastructure is aging. You saw during the audit presentation that we have almost $1 billion in assets managed and operated by this community. Another weakness is we can't control all of our services. We do rely on outside agencies for important services like EMS, the landfill. Our community engagement has not yielded effective and ongoing dialogue. We have done our best to get the word out, not just through electronic communication or meetings here at Town Hall, but getting out into the community on others' turf and hearing their concerns. But it hasn't yielded the effective dialogue that I have hoped for. Full coordination of the management of town projects could be better. We look to increase our interdepartmental collaboration on projects. Speed, faster, more timely reviews. We have ahead of us a loss of institutional knowledge, as we have some experience gaps coming and retirements of several members of your leadership team. Always challenging to keep up with electronic records management and new sophisticated technology. But there are opportunities. There are blue skies ahead. You passed an economic development strategic plan that is helpful to us. There's a new visual and performing arts opportunity, the venue for your citizens. We have opportunities with newer automation and artificial intelligence. We are actively and through the strategic plan going to be looking at. Imagine a day when a building plan can be submitted and first reviewed within seconds by AI and returned to the citizen with necessary changes, if any. Diverse compensation opportunities is something we aim to pursue. Opportunity to improve speed with daily processes. Staff recruitment. We do have a supportive community that can help the organization meet its mission. And the opportunity to solidify our position as the leader in municipal services is in front of us. Threats to the organization include the failure to adapt and recognize, respond to what seems to be the fragility of the public institutions around us. There is what seems to be global and domestic uncertainty that is unwavering these days. Constantly changing labor market, natural and man-made disasters are a threat. There seem to be multiple disasters every year. And the threat of not embracing new technology. We cannot allow for a quality of life decline through failure to keep up with aging infrastructure and equipment. And the threat of excessive automation that reduces the town's need for essential manpower needed for effective emergency response. We saw that at work this weekend. Changing development patterns is a threat to the organization, to the community. We've entered a phase of new growth into redevelopment growth. And if not managed properly, that can endanger the community. Growth challenges always, retirement of senior leadership, incrementalism, housing affordability, inability to process constant criticism and quickly counter misinformation, and a failure to manage and meet public demands for increased service. And so, synthesizing, pulling together everything I just mentioned to you, the strategic plan in front of you focuses on 3 themes: optimizing our services, strengthening our critical assets, and the resiliency of our workforce. Overall, it means investing in our assets. And Mayor and council members, there's 48 action items. Those action items touch on every department, forcing improvement. If you'll bear with me, and just for a few short minutes, I'd like to invite up our department managers. I've asked them to share with you what they're most excited about that this document forces them to do as action items. And so, Christiane?
Good afternoon. I am excited to highlight a couple of strategic plan initiatives that are actually being led by executive offices. But first, I'd like to mention, as Eric just shared on one of the last slides, a third of this plan is dedicated to employee development. So the Human Resources Office is going to be very busy with recruitment, retention, and employee well-being initiatives. But also our communications office has a lot of work throughout this plan where they're going to continue to try to improve our citizen engagement. Y'all have seen already Sawyer, which was one of those efforts, our new chatbot that we have. But this afternoon, I want to talk about 2 executive office projects. I'm going to cover one. Matt will come up and cover the other. The project that I'm sharing today is focused on building community resilience, specifically a neighborhood level program that helps our residents to prepare for, adapt to, and recover from disasters and hazards. Our goals are safety, self-reliance, and resilience. Why is it important? First of all, we all know that FEMA is changing, and a lot more is going to be pushed down to the state and local levels, and we're going to have to take more responsibility there. And second, the frequency and the severity of disasters across the country are increasing. We saw Hurricane Helene a little over a year ago and what that did to the upstate of South Carolina, wildfires in California, or even the snowstorm and how it's affected some of the southeastern states over this past week. These events just underscore the need to prepare. So this initiative is going to build the capacity to help our residents provide training, education, and resources to increase overall community safety and strengthen emergency management capacity and build social capital. We started on this at the end of last year. We have a multi-department staff team. 5 different departments are involved in this project: fire, police, public services, planning, and EDS. We're going to create neighborhood level districts We're going to work directly with Dunes West. If any of y'all have ever had the opportunity to see the initiative, the model that they have already started with this is impressive. So we're going to try to adapt that town-wide, scale it and adapt it. But our focus is going to be on educating our citizens, building awareness, forming these resilience teams, extra training for captains. And then we plan to implement it by the beginning of next year, and then hopefully grow it to include more businesses and nonprofits and so on. I will certainly be glad to answer any additional questions later, but in the interest of time, I'm going to turn it over to Matt and let him talk about the economic development project.
Afternoon, everybody. We have what I think is a once in a generation opportunity to unlock something that's created by the 526 Long Point reconfiguration. The idea would be to use the infrastructure change to unlock a new arts, entertainment, and mixed use district. And at the same time, we can protect port access neighborhoods and existing businesses. We are aiming to build a district around adaptive reuse. So think studios, galleries, small venues, breweries, and that would be a gradual transition from the logistics and industrial sector into a true mixed use corridor. And this will be a place with real local creative identity and not just another generic development. So how do we get there? We will reuse, the idea is reuse existing industrial and warehouse buildings instead of scrapping everything and starting with new built environment. Add public spaces and green connections to stitch the area back to the surrounding neighborhoods. You guys are familiar with the area. There are great neighborhoods already there. Use targeted public sector tools and strategic property acquisition where appropriate, and partnerships to kickstart early projects, and focus on early visible wins to lend some legitimacy to the project and to attract some private investment. So the next steps right now, we'll align our planning with the 526 timeline. DOT, I believe, is hiring their design build team in June. We'll finalize the district boundaries. That's mostly done thanks to planning and their help with sort of the GIS element of this. And then start developing real concepts that fit the area and the market, and launch a public visioning process so it's shaped with the community and not just for the community, not just something we're doing to them. So I think the bottom line is an opportunity to create a real place in this corridor, and it's doing it in a way that's realistic and incremental and unique to our community. And like Christiane said, happy to answer questions at some point, but I think we're on a tight timeline.
That's exciting.
I do.
Yes.
Super quick. Do you envision this being like a zoning district or like an overlay district?
I think
really
they're
confused.
There probably could be zoning changes. There probably will need to be. Adaptive reuse usually means rethinking what a parking requirement does, what you can do with a building that's already existing there. Okay. So zoning changes probably, maybe straight zoning, maybe a complete district that just touches the existing industrial warehouse districts. What you see right there is urban supply project in Birmingham. There are a lot throughout the country that have occurred this way. A lot of what's occurring right now on Sproul Avenue locally and the Navy Yard is a project that kind of reflects what we would be doing. So it wouldn't just be Mount Pleasant doing the lift and the investment. It would be maybe doing some property acquisition, but enticing the private sector to come and invest, and we get out of their way as much as we can.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Public Service Department in 2022, we started trying to tackle our jobs by establishing an asset management program and how we're looking at things. And the task associated with that was to identify all the town's infrastructure and things we're responsible for, determining the condition of it, and then figuring out how long it should last, and then developing a plan to replace it. So the stats you see in front of you is kind of a snapshot of some of the things that we're responsible for as a town. There's 37.21 miles of ditches we've accounted for so far, 318 miles of pipe, 18,000 structures, 591 outfalls, over 1,064 ponds that generally are owned by homeowners associations, but it's part of the greater system. 605 miles of roads with different associated owners and responsibilities. There's 76 buildings that the town maintains, as well as 703 acres of property that the town has to maintain. To do that, the Public Service Department is broken into 5 divisions and in one section, the admin section. There's 144 positions available to do this. The first division is the Asset Management Division, which is responsible for trying to establish this program and run the database, as well as the larger CIP and CMP projects. There are 6 positions associated with this. The Infrastructure Division does the daily maintenance and repair of all the town's infrastructure, i.e. stormwater, street signs, things like that. There's 29 positions associated with that. The Facilities Division, it does repair and maintenance of town facilities as well as custodial support, and there's small CMP projects. There's 22 positions associated with that. The Grounds Division is maintenance and repair of town parks and athletic fields, small CMP projects, and there's 32 positions associated with that. And then the Waste Management Division, which falls outside of the asset management realm, but is still a responsibility for the town for weekly curbside collection. There's 47 positions associated with that. And in calendar year 2025, we collected over almost 28,000 tons of garbage, 497,000 tons of bulk items, 11,000 tons of vegetative debris. We dump almost 38,000 cans a week for a total of about 455,925 cans during the year. Now with that, we have 144 positions to do that, but one of my challenges is in calendar year 25, I average 21 vacancies each month. And then I also average about 13 absences, either for vacation, sickness, or for another reason, daily. So I'm short. I start each day 34 people short, which gives me about 76% of the workforce to get all of this done. I'm very proud of what we accomplish, but this is only going to get harder as time goes by. Because of that, we put a lot of effort into the strategic plan based off of some of the challenges that Mr. DeMora mentioned. We've already discussed the manpower challenge, but aging infrastructure, adding additional infrastructure, ownership responsibilities. We deal with town, county, state, and private, environmental and weather, public demand and expectations, technology, resource competition, and then, trying to get everything done. We picked 2 themes that generally reflect all of this. And with that, the first one is what we're trying to do. And I talked to some at the strat plan, and that's going from a reactive response to trying to be more proactive and eventually predictive. And that's looking at all the old things, taking the new things, and then getting it into a maintenance schedule cycle, having the resources we need to make everything happen. The next theme is seeking the efficiencies, whether it be through automation, contracted services, reallocating manpower if we identify savings, and then looking at the all the pieces that go along with that. Essentially, we have to remain a nimble organization in order to make everything happen, and we need to be able to adjust our manpower. We need to recruit it. We need to balance between in-house. I need a thinking workforce. I need a doing workforce. I need on-call. I need contracted, labor. I need to be able to recruit, looking at how we train our people, and then looking at the equipment and technologies, continuing to build our facilities, by finishing 6 Mile and then moving to Lieben Road, and then continuing to fund the CIP and the CMP projects, and ultimately being able to do everything with the workforce we have and the challenges that we will continue to face. It's only going to get harder. How can we continue to get the job done?
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't get
Good
this
afternoon.
opportunity too often, so as I see it in front of you all. So before I get started, I did want to highlight how much court has grown over the past 5 years. we have gone from processing 11,754 citations and warrants to over 19,000 in this last fiscal year. That's a lot of growth. But thanks to our dedicated staff as well as use of automation, we have been very successful in that process. So for this reason, the first initiative I wanted to go over and discuss was our outreach, increasing our outreach to the public. Currently, when someone receives a citation, they're directed to the state's website. And we receive a lot of calls into our office weekly from frustrated defendants who are trying to access their citation on that website. It's there, but it's very difficult to access. So what we would like to do is place a QR code onto the citation they receive roadside in order to link them directly to the town court webpage. This way they have quick access to pay their fines, ask for continuance, FOIA information. In addition to that, we would also like to place a short survey to give us some feedback. We get it from attorneys all the time, but we'd like to get that from the individuals and the public as well. Flipping now to the second initiative we're looking at is delinquent fine collection. This has proven difficult over the years. Currently, we use the set-off program, and that's offered through the Municipal Association as well as the South Carolina Department of Revenue. It's a good program. However, it only applies to individuals who A, file a state tax return, and B, get a refund. So you can see the challenges there. So to give you some statistics, in 2019, we actually entered over $140,000 into that set-off program. And in that tax year, we were able to recover only $7,850. Fast forward to 2024, we now have over $270,000 that we've placed in this program. And last year we received a whopping $9,500. Definitely a problem that needs a solution. So I'm currently researching a program also offered through the South Carolina Department of Revenue, which is called the Government Enterprise Accounts Receivable Program. They use a more comprehensive collection program approach, which it would extend to wage garnishment, tax liens, bank levies, in addition to these tax refunds. So based on those numbers, you can see why we need to find another solution. So those are the two initiatives I wanted to share this afternoon. And I really look forward to this process and maybe getting in front of you another time. All right. Thank you, everyone.
You got a question?
Yes.
I apologize.
Yes, ma'am. The use of the QR code
Yes, sir.
works for some people.
Correct.
We found out during the last elections that it doesn't work for a lot of people.
This is true.
And I point that out only because the voter registration office stuck a QR code on the armory telling people that the armory wasn't in use anymore and these were the places they could go.
Understood.
There was
It'll
some-
have both. We won't be taking away the website that's currently on there. This would be in addition to. So it would speak to both. And then, of course, we would still man the phones for all those people who get frustrated with the website.
Right. Well, as long as you've got something else
We would. There'd be
besides
two.
the QR code,
Correct.
we're okay.
It would be that state's website that's currently on there.
Is,
We're just adding to.
is the state website easy to find?
It's easy to find, difficult to navigate. We're finding out from the calls we receive in the office. That's why we want to go that extra step. Put the QR code on there, possibly helping those that can use the QR code to get to where they need to more quickly. Otherwise, we walk everyone through the process in our office.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Before I start talking about the future, I want to thank everybody for the past year. I've been here for a year now. It's been a wonderful year. I appreciate all your support and enthusiasm over that course of that time. And unfortunately, I'm probably the one that brought 2 years of snow. So sorry about that as well. But looking into the future, we've got three kind of non-traditional initiatives that some might not really kind of associate with the rec department, but really trying to enhance what we do from an overall standpoint. So the first of being is to engage in our staff in more professional development opportunities. We have a wonderful team. A lot of the folks on my team have been here for quite some time. They do a great job, but we can always learn and do better. So we're going to make sure that we're giving them opportunities outside of the town, whether that be state, national, regional seminars and conferences, to bring back best practices that other folks are doing around the country. Because we certainly can do anything we put our minds to, and I think our staff just needs to be exposed to some of those best practices a little bit. The other thing, or two things that are a little bit more non-traditional, we have a very big community here that's into therapeutic recreation. We've just recently been able to hire a full-time person who can dedicate more time to our therapeutics division. Being able to provide more services in that realm will be huge for our town, and being able to show them that we do great things for most, but we want to do great things for everyone. And then we've talked about this a little bit before. The therapeutics can kind of roll right into our community garden food forest idea. It's something that's kind of new and unique, but it's something that everyone can do, no matter what their ability might be. And we're really excited that we've already have some community members, some in attendance today, that are very happy with our idea and looking to help us further that for the future. The second thing we're looking to do, as you all know, we have a lot of recreation facilities in the town. A lot of them are used for rentals, programs, all types of things. And we're going to try to find a more accessible and easier way for folks to rent those facilities. We have some large organizations that utilize our facilities that have been doing so for a long time, but trying to find those what we call mom and pop situations where they might not rent it 3 days a week for the entire year, but maybe once, twice, 3 times a year, trying to find ways for them to be able to gain access, but also to make sure they're not being kind of put out by some of the larger groups. We also want to look at our facilities. We have a lot of facilities that have been around for a long time that may have been here for a reason when they started, but maybe trying to make that facility a little more unique. For instance, a baseball field is not just a baseball field. It can be utilized for a whole bunch of different things. So trying to make sure we're making everything accessible to folks for whatever need they might have recreation-wise. And we never know, we may be able to transform one of those spaces into something that's going to be used a lot more by the town users. And lastly, we want to kind of find a way to improve on the NPRD app that we have. Obviously, real-time communication with folks is very important. We mentioned social media, but trying to make sure that our folks get the information when they need it, because we know the quicker the information, the happier folks are. So just trying to make sure it's a cost-effective way with an app that we already have established that's gaining a lot of traction. So we're hoping to just improve upon that to make sure the residents know what's going on from a recreation standpoint. Like Mo said, if you have any questions later on, I guess I got a minute left if you have one now, or I'll turn it over to the next person. Yes, sir.
Yes. I received a request, I'll give you the phone number, from somebody who wanted to know why the best way I can explain it is professional teams as opposed to just regular recreational teams. Is there a attempt to exclude those, and I'm just going to call them professional teams, for kids that are travel teams maybe, as opposed to just recreational teams? Are we doing anything to help make everybody have fields available?
So our programs come first. We've actually had to limit some of the rental space that we allow what we call travel teams. I think it's a little bit different than professional, but our programs come first, and then whatever we have left over will be able to be utilized by some of those bigger organizations. But yeah, we have folks contact us all the time, and we make them wait until we know what our internal numbers are before we start renting space to external folks.
Right. I know we have a difficult time with all of our fields that we have, which is why we did a $50 million referendum. And now that's probably not enough. So I'm just asking that question. I'll give you the phone number.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. So for facts, the first primary action plan for us falls under Theme 1, Goal 1, Initiative or Action Item number 11, which is expanding communication platforms to promote transparency. And there was discussion during the last budget cycle. We heard it during the retreat regarding transparency, the publishing of data on our website. We did start publishing the general fund operating expenses as a monthly transparency report that was started back with July 2026 data. This is a manual report, and we're open to exploring more automated ways that might be more readable, searchable by people moving forward. We also have the annual audit report, the ACFR, the budget book. Those are all posted on the website. So we feel we're adequate in the transparency we are offering the public, but I think we could take it to the next step and just make it more readable, more digestible for them to really understand, search, and find the information that they need. The main thing that we're really looking at when we're exploring different options is does any system we use integrate with what we're currently using? It's got to integrate with our current systems to move forward with that. Our second primary action item is regarding AI automation and technologies and incorporating that more into our operations. Now, we've already rolled out a training initiative for AI. This has been geared towards 50 subject matter experts across all the departments within the town. It's a ChatGPT Teams platform, which is private, which means any of the searches, the data that people are looking for, it's kept within the town. We don't share that externally outside the town. So we are still learning, and the system still learns from external information, but our information doesn't leave our private site. And that's a good thing, especially while we are still understanding and getting our arms around the whole AI platform. Some of our current technology systems have the ability to use AI, so we're going to start exploring that. They're kind of like on the initial stages right now. We want to get that more developed until we really start using those. So the starting points for finance are more around streamlining workflows and automating repetitive tasks. We want to see what AI technology, possibly for procurement with contract reviews, would look like. There's a lot of standardization there, so that would be a good first step. That would improve efficiency, reduce staff time. Enhancing reporting and analysis. AI does offer the ability to forecast out scenarios, kind of do what-if scenarios for budgeting purposes. That would be beneficial. With accounting and data entry, we're exploring uses within AI and Oracle, interfaces that could read invoices and pull that information directly in. That would reduce a lot of manual data entry. And then lastly, analyzing data for fraud detection is a primary action for us. So that could be very beneficial. So just many exciting possibilities for AI within FACTS itself moving forward. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Tam.
Okay.
Is this okay? Yes. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So I'm going to talk about a couple of initiatives in the planning department that meet 4 goals from the strat plan. Enhanced communication, education, and outreach, establishing partnerships with neighborhood leaders and businesses, collaborative solutions to local issues, and then ensuring long-term resilience, sustainable practices, and promoting environmental stewardship. So the first initiative deals with our tree program. It's not new. Since the launch of Take Root in 2021, we have given away nearly 6,000 trees. We're very proud of that. Of those 6,000, we don't know how many ended up in the ground, how many survived, but what we do know is that through our canopy restoration project, we've planted almost 85 trees with the help of many of you up here and with public-private partnerships. We also know through our tree bank grant program, we were able to award 2 grants over the last 2 years and got 30 trees in the ground for 2 neighborhoods. So we've done a lot of good things. We're excited about Take Root and Tree Canopy, but we know that we can be doing more. As Arbor Pro, who is our consultant for our public tree inventory, they're going to be wrapping up, showing us all the public trees on our properties. And then we're also very excited about the task force and what's going to come out of that. And those 2 things are going to kind of come together. The timing will be great for us. So we feel like we're going to be able to continue with these initiatives, but we're going to be able to be more strategic in where we plant, what we plant, and those sorts of things. So we're excited about that. We know that that program is going to grow. And then we also want to look at our tree bank grant program. That's a great program for civic groups, schools, churches, but we know that we can do a better job of getting the word out and partnering hopefully with our schools and our neighborhoods to expand on that program. So Take Root and our tree programs are going to be our first initiative to really address that environmental stewardship and solutions to local issues. And then second, I want to talk a little bit about public engagement. The planning department, we're a small department, but we do a lot in the town. I think a lot of folks don't know. And we have constant interaction with the public, but a lot of that interaction is transactional. It's through our core functions as the planning department and operating the zoning side of things. Last year, we took in 300 applications for the 6 boards and commissions that we staff, and that was 75 regular public meetings we held. Planning reviewed over 400 residential site plans, 670 tree permits, issued 400 short-term rental permits, 135 zoning letters, 150 sign permits, 150 code enforcement cases. We got a lot of stuff that we do where we interact in the public. And also those other initiatives that we do that I know Eric talked about, the Public Input Matters. That was a great initiative that we did. I don't know if y'all remember last year we tried to do the Town Talks classroom series. We were excited about it. We had a lot of enthusiasm from other staff, but we didn't get a lot of engagement from the public. And so what we're looking at now is something called planning pop-ups. It really, if you think about those traditional public meetings, and I don't mean the public meetings with our boards and commissions, I mean public input, public engagement. Those traditional meetings bring out the same people who, it's a very narrow demographic. You've got homeowners with flexible schedules. A lot of them have prior civic engagement, and that's great. We want those folks, but we want to reach the folks that we know we're not reaching. And so what we're going to do with these pop-ups is sort of reverse that dynamic. We're going to go to where people already are. We're going to go to the libraries. We're going to go to the senior center. That's going to be our first one in March. We're going to go to the markets, the holiday festivals, farmers markets, all those sorts of things. And so what this really does is get a different demographic. It's real time where we can have this conversational sort of informal interaction with the public. We can get different demographics. Like I said, we can get renters, we can get the youth, we can get the seniors. And the pop-ups are going to be in different areas of town. We'll make sure and work with communication so y'all are made aware of those. But it's really going to be on an issue-related basis or sort of what's going on in that area of town. There'll be different things that we're talking about. But the primary goal is to really kind of engage the public in a different way and evolve how we interact with the public and sort of build trust and relationships. And then also we're going to be building a relationship with our through the town HOA programs, and that'll be our other initiative for public outreach. And that's all I have right on time, and I'll answer questions later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Very pleased to announce today that the EDS department's focus for 2026 in the strategic plan is our building inspection division. And I guess I should get on my slide, shouldn't I? It's called Build Better Together. You can read, it's pretty straightforward here. It's going to unpack a few initiatives here in a second that describes it. I want to assure you that this is not because we have any kind of poor performance in our division. Our division is highly competent and committed to the mission that they have, which is to provide safe places to people live, work, shop, learn, and worship. What the focus does do is recognize the opportunity to be more proactive with information and processes that will save time for our staff, residents, and builders. I'll start with a few previous efforts in BID. We have a career development program, which is a financial incentive for folks to get additional certifications. I think most people have heard of Opal, which is a permitting licensing software system we implemented a year and a half ago. We also have a hybrid position that crosses 2 divisions depending on demand. And we also have individually completed a SWOT analysis for our division. I want to speak a little bit about the leadership we have in the division. Mike Talby, sitting right over here to my right, has been in the position for 2 or 3 months now. And I can assure you that the one thing I can talk about Mike's 30 plus years of experience is he understands the demands of building trade and exercises a balanced and tactful approach to problems. So his approach is for responsible, reasonable, and fair solutions. I'm not going to mention all of these initiatives, but suffice it to say our focus really is on process and communication. Our 2026 focus for the first 2 bullets you see here will perform a Six Sigma process review and use our Opal system to develop data-driven process improvement. We expect that will be a consultant-driven process. This will increase efficiency and improve quality of our products. The next Opal update, Eric already mentioned this, has an AI capability for plans review, and we've been discussing how we can customize that with Oracle to enhance efficiency and reduce wait times. The last bullet you see here recognizes that we also often have difficulty stemming from owners not understanding our process or not receiving accurate information about the process or their application. So we want to engage and create an informed owner through mandatory owner emails and acknowledgments. The next is we will emphasize information dissemination via our website. You've heard about Sawyer already, and we can actually use that to develop better information on our website by querying it. We will use Opal reporting on plans reviews to inform setting performance measures for that particular task. And we are currently working in this fiscal year to produce a new building compliance specialist. It's using a vacant position that we have, and this person will focus on facilitating permittees through the process that we have, as well as helping with FOIA, education, and enforcement aspects. And we will continue to collaborate with Charleston Home Builders Association based upon a very positive forum that we had last September. And then the last couple of bullets, we will annually publish a summary of our online survey feedback as a performance indicator and prompt for appropriate changes. And lastly, we will work with PLAN, as Michelle just said, to help with shared initiatives, that being mainly on our tree compliance as well as public engagement. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, y'all. So I'm definitely excited for this plan. As y'all may remember, in April of 2025, Fire Committee approved the Fire Department's 2025 through 2029 strategic plan. And there are several bridges that tie our plan directly into this overall town plan, so I'm very excited for that. One of those being the theme of workforce development and wellness is one of our themes, and it ties in well to some of the workforce stuff that's in this plan. And we want to dive into 3 specific areas in this aspect. Reinvigorate our peer fitness program. We have trained peer fitness personnel within the fire department, and post-COVID, we lost some of that interaction at the stations with these peer fitness trainers and our crews. They're still mandated to do an hour of physical fitness a day when they're on shift. We have gyms that y'all provided in the newer stations. They have gym memberships, so there's a lot of avenues to that, but we really want to re-engage with that in our peer fitness side. Number 2, expand mental health and well-being services, working with our police department. They have a good program in place now that ties into the annual physical. We want to do the same thing, allowing our personnel to meet with a mental health counselor once a year, tied into their annual physical, that supports many of the things that you've already provided through through counseling and things that come through our insurance. So engaging in that way. And then number 2, promote early detection of cancer through screening. As you can imagine, firefighters that are higher risk for cancer, and specifically 2 that we want to look at this year, melanoma and thyroid cancer, both have a 30 to 40% higher rate of firefighters. So catching that early, allowing them, 1, to reduce healthcare costs, but 2, allowing them to be the best firefighter that they can be for this community, but also for their family and themselves in their careers. And then secondly, Mr. DeMora mentioned it in the SWOT analysis as a weakness, a reliance on regional partnerships. And as you know, through Charleston County EMS, there have been times where their response times don't meet our goals for our response and our citizens. So they have a new director in place, working with him already. There's a new approach to return to some of the original deployment models that EMS did in the early mid 2000s, to where they would house in the district that they served. We had 2 units in Mount Pleasant previously, and they switched models to where they're all roaming. So they want to go back to that model where several of the ambulances are housed in the communities that they served. Working with them, we want to bring those ambulances into our fire stations, especially the newer ones that we're designing and building, so that we have them anchored here in Mount Pleasant to increase those response times, to develop those relationships between them and our crews, so that that patient care is seamless, as it already is in many ways. But how can we capitalize on that and do that? So that's one of the initiatives we're working on now with EMS. We've had some preliminary meetings, and I'm going to continue to work on that. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Yes, sir.
I've got one question. Is that statewide where the county handles the EMS? I know a lot of places the town handles the EMS themselves. I realize that's a great expense. I'm just curious, that's deemed by county or the state? How is that different here?
Yes, sir. It varies. Hilton Head, for example, Hilton Head Fire Department handles a lot of their EMS. Goose Creek Fire Department has an ambulance that they staff in conjunction with Berkeley County. So I think it kind of depends on the region. It's not mandated by the state that it's a county function, but in Charleston County, that's how it is set up.
Okay, thank you. I know the response times have definitely gotten a little worse, so hopefully that new direction will help. Thank you.
And they have improved over the last year, but meeting with him, he's got a lot of good goals that I think will get them to where we need them to be. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anything else? Thanks, Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I am very excited about this strategic plan in particular. Some of these ideas have been in the police department for a while. Some of them have been partially implemented. So it's just really exciting to see this be part of the strategic plan. So first, as a civilian public information officer, I think that the police department and our citizens would benefit from a professionally trained public information officer. It includes improved online content development and sharing, and really, very importantly also, it allow the sergeant who currently does that job to return to an enforcement role. So that would be a tremendous asset. So the community wellness unit development. So this unit is in existence. We want to continue to expand it and develop it. The core function here is to help individuals struggling with mental health, substance use disorder, and housing challenges. And repeat offenders. So, we've gotten really good at responding to incidences and working with our community partners, like mental health. But what we want to do is try to prevent the next one from happening. Identify individuals that are vulnerable and provide them with the assistance that they need so they don't have another incident. I believe that adding a mental health clinician and a community paramedic to the unit would be profound and would bring great progress to that unit. And the development of a criminal intelligence unit. So we're the 4th largest municipality in the state, and we have a crime analyst who does an amazing job at analyzing crime that's already occurred in Mount Pleasant. Where we need to push to, I believe, is constantly monitoring the landscape on social media in the region, the state, nationally, for emerging threats to our citizen safety. So that could be emerging crime types, cybercrime types, where we can work with our PIO, our new civilian PIO, to put information out to our citizens about how to not be a victim of this emerging crime. In this day and age, monitoring real time for protest and pop-up protests that might impact the town is critical. So really excited about the development of a criminal intelligence unit. And then lastly, this is an item that I've talked about for a while. We've actually kind of started this already. Senior Sergeant Greg Horton retired after 32 or more years in a sworn capacity. He retired and he came back as a civilian, and he's now running the crime scene unit. When I started here in 1995, we had a civilian crime scene unit. It grew a little bit as a civilian unit, and then it kind of morphed into sworn. So what we'd like to do is return to a civilian crime scene unit and take the officers who are currently assigned in this and put them back into an enforcement role out in the road to enhance the overall service delivery. So, does anybody have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Chief, I noticed in the book there was a suggestion that I guess that you're making that you really need some kind of a PIO that does nothing but that to save people from having to take time out of their normal police work,
right,
to put out information, which the recent issue was in the press. They complained, the press complained that they didn't get it timely.
Right.
Whereas if you had somebody doing nothing but that,
right,
that would be great. And it's difficult to have the town's regular public information people right there at your offices all the time. So
right.
I really was glad to see that in your suggestion.
Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, those are just some of the initiatives wrapped up in the strategic plan. Happy to answer any questions now or at another time. Would really appreciate. We're excited about it, as you can tell. We've already started on some of the initiatives and really want to just start running with it. So we'd appreciate vote to accept it, allow us to do that and move forward.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Demora, it was talked about by planning about our tree bank. And my question is, how do we use the funds in the tree bank to get the trees put out on the street or wherever we think they should go? And do we use a private contractor? I don't think there's anybody in the planning department that's sent out to plant the trees with the money from the tree bank. How do we enforce that?
Well, I'll ask you a follow-up question, sir, about the enforcement comment. Tree bank funds now are utilized for primarily three different things, and one of them is to support the undergrounding initiatives in key public areas. That's our partnership with Dominion. They're used for, we have a grant program that's applied for by neighborhoods and HOAs, where we use this kind of money to help support them in plantings that they're doing in their community. And then we use the money for public spaces.
Public what?
Spaces, where there are opportunities around town. Thanks to work going on now and initiatives going on now, like the Tree Task Force, we believe there's going to be opportunities where there are more public locations identified and more opportunities to use tree bank funds to do that. And that's caught up here in the plan. You mentioned the word enforcement, so I want to follow up on that. Yeah. You're saying that once, maybe not tree bank funds, but maybe when we have initiatives where we're giving out trees and following up on whether they were planted or thriving. Is that what you meant, sir?
Well, that, and also for developers who were before the planning department that have to contribute money for trees going in the tree bank, how do we go against that developer to make sure that the trees get planted that they paid for?
Well, sir, they will not receive a CO unless they've met the requirements of the development.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is they might have to put money in the tree bank.
And they will not get a CO.
And then what happens once they put the money in?
Yeah.
Do we go after, or do we hire a private contractor, if you will, take that money, buy the trees, and plant them somewhere? Do we have a contractor that does that for us?
Yes, sir. So, in the example that you're saying, if a developer is required to make a contribution to the tree bank, they must make that contribution before they're provided with a certificate of occupancy. Now we have the money.
Yeah.
When locations around town are identified for plantings, we do not do any of that, or we do very little of that ourselves because we have a limited capability to do that. We'll shop it, competitive bids, make sure it's the right species at the right size. Whoever wins that plants the trees, and then our people will be managing that project to make sure that they're all planted.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
Yes, sir.
I was hoping we did that, but
yep.
I didn't know.
Any other questions? If not, is there a motion?
I'd like to move to accept the 2026 to 2030 strategic plan.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the 2026 to 2030 strategic plan. Any discussion? Yes, sir.
Yes, just wanted to kind of zoom out for a moment and commend you on what I view as one of our weaknesses, and that's our ability to communicate and engage with the public. It's something that I hear all the time, and it's not anybody's fault. It's just that how we communicate with one another has changed so greatly over the last decade plus. And so I'd really like to thank you for stepping back and thinking about some new strategies that kind of cross all departments and really place more of an emphasis on meeting people where they are and allowing them into the process so that they can provide their input in a timely manner. One of my frustrations is that here on council, a lot of times we hear from people when it's too late. The decision's been made, the building's going up. And so I think anything that we can do to channel the public, to provide their input before decisions are made, when they can have an impact, would be an effort or money well spent. And so I've noticed that as a sort of a common thread through this plan, and I just wanted to let you know that I noticed that, and I really appreciate the thought that all of the various departments have put into reinventing how we're interacting with the public. So thank you very much for that.
Yes, sir.
They did an excellent job. One of the reasons I decided to run and felt comfortable running again was it was such an outstanding comprehensive plan and strategic plan. One of the things I hear over and over again is safety, and it's not something we necessarily control, but we can work on, is internet and broadband access in all the different areas of town. So I think it's really important that we really have an inventory of those, know where they are, and then work with private enterprise, which is who does it, to make sure that we provide the resources and whatnot to assist them with that.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Just real quick, thank you for the great presentation. I know I want to commend Brad and his team. I'm going to commend all directors as well, but I know Brad had mentioned about the permitting and the whole process. I know he's been working on that, and I've been working with him and really understanding the homeowner, the stakeholder involvement. So just really want to commend. I know we've got a little ways to go, but they've been working on it, moving it forward. So glad to see that that's on there to keep it pushing. So thank you guys for that.
If there are no other comments, all in favor of the motion to approve the strategic plan as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, council members, Christina Springston deserves to be recognized for her efforts with this plan. She was a very key player in the creation of this document.
Thank you, Christine. Appreciate it. She also orders great lunches for committee day, I will say. That is a talent. Item 5, executive session for personnel matters. A, update on personnel matters related to the Mount Pleasant Police Department. B, personnel discussion related to staff succession planning. Do we have a motion, please?
Second.
Motion and a second. Before we vote, council may take action on any item, including any subsection of any section listed on an executive session agenda or discussed in an executive session during a properly noticed meeting. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, executive session. Are we going back here or upstairs? Courtroom B. Smells like a school classroom in here now.
Yeah, it does.
Well, nobody took my phone.
Everybody, if everyone's in place, we have reconvened from executive session and a fire evacuation. So please let the record show that was not all spent in executive session. No votes were cast, no action was taken. If there are no motions following our deliberations and information received in executive session, this special town council meeting stands adjourned. Thank you. Yes. All right. So for everyone's edification, we now begin our afternoon of committee meetings, and we will get to police, judicial, and legal shortly. We're what, almost an hour behind. Mike and Alex, right? Yeah. Alex and Mike. Come on in. Mike said he'll be right back. What's after PJL? Oh, good. Then planning. Public services and transport. Okay. Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm good.
All right.
I was freezing, but I'm okay now.
Yeah, my feet were cold. We'll wait for Mike to get here. Is that the timeout chair?
Yes, better stay out of it.
We have a new timeout chair if anybody misbehaves. Oh, she's. Go sit in the time. All right, are you ready? Okay. Let me call to order the Police, Judicial, and Legal Committee for Monday, February the 2nd. As I said in the special town council meeting that just adjourned, I just want to thank all of our dedicated staff and all the departments that were doing a great job over this weather incident, which turned out to be a little less than expected, but we were prepared for everything. And thank you all very much, Mr. DeMora, you and your team. Item 2, approval of the minutes from the January 5th meeting, please.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor of the motion to approve, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Item 3, motion carries. Item 3 is public comments. If you would like to make a public comment, please come to the lectern. 2.5 minutes by ordinance. Please give your name and address. Is anyone here to make a public comment? Going once, going twice. All right. Public comment is closed. Item 4, police matters, employee years of service. Chief Arnold.
Mayor, committee members, it's my pleasure to come before you today to talk about George Tatanich, Corporal Tatanich. He started his career with us in February of 2016 as a civilian working in our records unit became very knowledgeable in all aspects of records, and was quickly the go-to person for help on criminal investigations. In 2017, he switched over, decided to become a sworn police officer, and completed the Criminal Justice Academy, where then he was assigned to patrol. In 2020, he became a field training officer, and he quickly distinguished himself through as a thorough trainer that puts an emphasis on officer safety and making sure the trainees are well-rounded and knowledgeable. Fantastic job as an FTO. In January of 2025, he completed the process and was selected for corporal. He's been assigned to Team 1 and has handled that role very successfully. George has stepped in to assist Lieutenant Smetana with the school resource officers as needed when the school resource officer supervisor is away at military leave. So multi-purpose here. He's done a fantastic job both in the patrol side and filling in for the school resource officers when needed. He additionally serves as a squad leader on our mobile field force and keeps his squad prepared and ready for activations in case there's any protests that our mobile field force has to respond to. He's received dozens of commendations for his dedicated service and recently received a life-saving award for assisting an overdose victim and saved their life through his quick actions. We look forward to many more years of benefiting from his dedicated service to the town of Mount Pleasant. So, George, thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry.
Awesome. Is there another?
Nope, that's it for employee recognition.
Okay. Item B is overview of the 2025 Police Department statistics. Chief?
Okay, so 2025 was a great year for us in terms of our statistics, uniform crime data. Just to remind everybody, there's Part 1 offenses. They're broken into two categories, violent and nonviolent. I'd like to point out that this is the third year in a row that both have declined. And I'd like to further point out that if you look at our totals, it's at a low point for over a decade. I mean, it hasn't been this low in more than 10 years. So the men and women in this department have done a fantastic job at keeping crime at bay. So touching on productivity a little bit, this on an individual basis, Mount Pleasant Police, I don't know, you'll see there at the top, there's 122,000 calls for service. 84,000 are officer initiated. That's very important. I'll explain why in a minute. On an individual basis, our officers handle more calls for service than other surrounding areas. Officer initiated calls for service is up. That's a good thing. That's a result of officers getting out of their car and walking businesses, doing foot patrols, proactive policing. We often get requests from citizens to do traffic enforcement, speed enforcement. Our citations over the last 3 years have increased in the number, so that's reflected in that as well. One other thing on the topic of statistics for arrest, this past year held true. About 40% of the arrests we make are Mount Pleasant residents. About 60% are non-residents that have come into town and committed crimes. So, and then agency staffing. I know this has been a concern, but I want to just touch base on this very quickly. The chart that I had before you shows separations and hires by year. A little bit of context of some of the data. In 2012, the retirement system changed. And so there's a high number of separations followed by an increase in hiring. 2017, I cannot explain the spike. I don't recall any societal issues like protests or the pandemic or anything like that. I'm not really sure why that year was a spike. It was. 2020 was a pandemic year. No one was coming or going. It was very low in terms of separations and hirings. And then 2021 was a spike. That was our highest year of retirements. We had 6 retirements that year. And so that wasn't unique to Mount Pleasant. If you do a quick Google search of law enforcement turnover, you'll see that resignations hit a peak in 2022, a 47% increase over the number of resignations in 2019. So 2019, 2020 were rough years for law enforcement. 2021 and 2022 were very high in terms of turnover. And so where are we now? So currently we have 6 people in field training. They're going to be released over the next couple months. We just released a couple from training. We have 6 people in our pre-academy. They'll go to the academy, they'll return back, they'll do field training, and then they'll be released. and we have several in the background. This morning, I just received information and a request that an officer that used to work for us 2 years ago left, went to another local agency here in the state of South Carolina, and wants to come back to the Mount Pleasant Police Department. So, in terms of our staffing, we are doing well. We can do better. We're going to strive to do better. We've just put out a new recruitment video, and we're going to be just fine in terms of our recruiting and staffing numbers. I don't want anyone to be concerned in light of recent events. So, thank you.
Any questions? I think these look good, and I think we're pleased. Will this be going to full council next Tuesday as well, or does it just stop here? Okay.
But those statistics are in the annual report.
Right.
We distribute to council and the public.
Okay. Thank you very much. And on behalf of the grateful committee, council, and community, thank you, Chief, and thank all of you officers. There are others in the room. Thank you for all you do. And we appreciate you, and we greatly believe in you. Thank you very much. All right. That concludes item 4B. Item 5 is judicial matters, no agenda items. All right. Item 6, legal matters. This is put on here. It might have been a little bit, I put it on there, discussion and possible action with regard to the Alhambra Garden Club and Pageant's post office. So I understand that the Garden Club would like to present the town with the key to the building. I just wanted to make sure that that's something that the town needs and wants to do. And if so, that we would invite them to a council meeting to come do that. So I know that there's legalities involved because it's on town property and everything. But
yes, sir. My understanding is that this is a formal or a formality type affair, not necessarily a legal question.
Okay.
Of course, over the years, we have been in discussions with the Garden Club about the property.
Right.
And not to exclude anyone, but Mayor, Mr. Chapman, you've been on PGL for quite a while, so you understand the nature of these. I'll be happy to fill in the entire committee on that. But again, as I understand it, this is more of a formality type issue rather than a legal one.
Sounds good.
And
yes, sir.
And as a follow-on to that, I think it would be worthy of a proclamation to that extent, but also recognizing the Garden Club for their years of service to the community, the history, the culture, and what they've meant for generations, really, of members. And so a proclamation as well as a formal handing off is what we're looking for.
Sounds good. And I think we can do that at our next meeting at coming up next Tuesday. We'll put that on the agenda. Look forward to that. And if you're a member of the Alhambra Garden Club, thank you. And thank you for coming here on when we proclaim National Gardening Day. And we do that every year. So thank you all. 6B, discussion possible action on an ordinance to amend the section entitled Public Right-of-Way Planting and Replacement of the Mount Pleasant Code of Ordinances. So that sounds wonky, but it's a very good manifestation of something moving in the right direction. So Mr. Pagliarini?
Yes, sir. Mr. Ward will handle this.
All right. Good afternoon, committee members. And so this previously came before y'all. There was some confusion with MPW and the wording that they wanted, but this is an amendment of our Chapter 51, which deals with waters and sewers. As you're aware, MPW is in charge of the water systems within the town. And this section, the amendment that we're proposing, mirrors the resolution that's before you here that they passed in August of 2024, basically to encourage different sort of plantings within their right-of-ways, their sewage and water right-of-ways. So we are proposing this amendment. Again, it would mirror exactly what MPW passed back in 2024. And if you would like, we can move this along to council.
All right.
We need a motion or not?
Yes.
Or no?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we do the same as discussed, substituting the language you have here as you've already done, and move it to council and recommend approval.
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. In discussion as a member, thank you to the town for the privilege of serving on MPW ex officio as mayor. having done so now for 8 years and learned more about water and sewer than I ever thought possible. It's fascinating. This is a great thing. I appreciate the commissioners of Waterworks and their management being a partner with the town on doing things this way, and it's a great improvement. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and as a follow-up to that, Mount Pleasant Water Works, you've been on the board as well as Jake and others has taken the lead in green infrastructure as well as gray. So we can do that. And this, when we passed it before to add this language into the easement for Public Works building, it allows us to do the same thing, to be a lead by example with the town, which we're already doing. And so this just codifies and allows us to do that.
And I also want to praise our staff. We had in the previous meeting about the strategic plan, and the strategic plan addressed all sorts of things about sustainability, resilience, and just our quality of life. And we're doing we will be doing the same thing here. Already are in many cases. So, Mr. DeMore, I want to thank you for that. And it's good to see Mount Pleasant leading the way on these things. All right, so we have the motion to approve. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Give me just a second. Next is executive session. One would be an update on personnel matters related to the Mount Pleasant Police Department. Now, we just had an executive session. This was on here just because those were two separate meetings and things happen like you never know, fire drills, snow days, just so that we did not go into next Tuesday's meeting without, I don't believe we need any more on this.
That is up to the
committee. Okay. So the chair will entertain a motion to go into executive session for
Mayor,
item
if you
G.
would, certainly the committee can consider, given the time restrictions today. The next item is information related to an appeal from one of our boards and commissions. We are happy to do this by memo, and it will need to go to council anyway, but that is the committee's prerogative.
What's the will of the committee?
I move we bypass this and wait for council to get information.
Second.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, so there is no motion for executive session. This moves us to item 8, or actually item 9, which is to adjourn. So there being nothing more for this committee, we stand adjourned. Thank you. Time for planning. Yeah, I think that's yours. This is mine. Ooh, two of the only ones that have them here. Not everybody.
I said, "You want it back?" They said, "It was bad." It wasn't bad. I had 0 favor. I thought it was solid. See that? I had no faith in. How did that feel?
Sorry, we came down as soon as y'all changed everything up. Y'all just slid over. We're like, okay, or whatever.
Oh no, give it a minute. I'm running down the stairs.
Yeah.
If we were ready. Maybe I'll be hot. I can't. I mean, taking time to take my
Now
coat
it's
off.
warm in here.
Yeah, it's cold. I was in the middle of eating a piece when they ended the meeting. I was like, oh.
Run down the stairs.
Still a little chilly in here. Ooh, just later on.
Yeah, that's right. No.
She's ready. Is she ready?
Are we
Who's
early?
ready? We ready? Okay. All right. We'll call to order our planning committee for Monday, February 2nd. Next item is approval of minutes from the January 5th meeting. If we have a motion.
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes. Item 3 is public comment. If we have anybody here to address the committee, we just need a name and address and 2.5 minutes.
Well, I guess it's good afternoon. And y'all have heard me before. Barbara Smith, Mount Pleasant, 410 Royal Avenue. I want to thank you for your service to the town and for sending out the letter about giving the area a chance to give input into the changes that are getting ready to be worked on. I really did not feel that the input meeting worked for me. I would prefer that there be a sit-down presentation like we've always had, and it's always been done when something major is going on. Give us a sheet, let us fill out questions and answers, and that was not done for me. I'm worried, I'm a little bit worried. The purpose, of an ADU was to give it a place for a child or a parent to come and live. And that was a smart idea until the investors figured out how to maximize our lots. If a brick or a block ranch can only have an ADU no higher than the original structure, then this will, in all likelihood, to me, cause the original homes to be demolished. In fact, one-story homes already take up more BAR, I think that's what the wording is, and the lots have many established trees on them, so the new proposed ordinances will be a hardship for those homeowners in those small houses. So let's do what we can to save those homes, especially the homes that stay in families over the years. Longtime homeowners will lose property value, according to my figures, and property rights. We came here in 1972. We had no bar. I guess I would call it an HOA. And now many restrictions are going to be put on property rights. And this will have a negative impact on those who live in their one-story homes, for those who have large pieces of land, and for families who will inherit these properties. For many years, people have asked that the setbacks be changed so that they will be farther away from other properties, but nothing happened, and investors figured out how to build to the limits. There were things that could have been done a long time ago, but nothing was done, and we've been found. setbacks do need to be changed, and I will totally agree with that. And then, yes, I know. I will be sending a letter. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susie Smith, 20-year resident of Old Mount Pleasant on Erkman Drive, 1317, and I'm also a realtor in the area. I think in order to keep Old Mount Pleasant and Old Village, the quaint little village that we all love and that everyone is attracted to, we need to start making some changes more strategically and thinking about tree and greenery conservation as much as style and size conformity. Beauty and greenery has as much value as square footage. To me, 50% lot coverage is too much. The 45% proposed is possibility. I personally say keep it at the 40%. We're being overbuilt and the water is rising in our streets literally more so than ever before. We're not Atlanta or Charlotte, and a 55-foot square foot home in Old Mount Pleasant is too big, in my opinion. Maximum, I think, should be 4,500 square feet, and you need a half an acre for a home that size. These huge spec homes that are being built, they're not anybody's dream home. They're spec homes, and they're sitting vacant on these lots. Builders' plans also need to show a streetscape design as to how they're going to fit into a neighborhood. A 45 square foot home plopped between two little 1,800 square foot homes is doing nothing but inviting more flipping and turnover because it's a sore thumb stuck in the middle. I just think smaller homes helps promote preserving the trees, and we need to be preserving our existing trees, not just planting more. Mount Pleasant needs to allow trees to be incorporated into architecture, and I hope the new tree committee will start a health improvement program for the trees around here. I also think the tree protections should be taken out of engineering and back into maybe the tree committee, I'm not exactly sure. Parking is a huge problem. These huge houses that accommodate 6, 10, 12 people are only providing 1 or 2 parking spots. They need to be providing 3 to 4 as well as a golf cart parking. We go down these little streets and they are just parking lots. Cars are jammed in everywhere because parking is not being provided for and approved in the plans to begin with. I just think there's a way to build smartly and more befitting of the neighborhood to keep our value. And lastly, no AstroTurf to the Rifle Range Park. And I think construction noise should be removed from the overall noise ordinance and treated separately as far as time and how late they can actually build. Am I up? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any other?
No one else. Okay, thank you. Next item is employee years of service.
So we were going to recognize Brian Hankinson for 5 years, but he's unable to be here, so we will do that internally. But we do thank him for 5 years of service.
Right, thank you. Next item is review of Planning Commission recommendations from the January 21st meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
This first parcel we have is a 1.24 acre parcel fronting on Highway 41. It is currently in the county as S3, and we often talk about that being synonymous with our version of CC, Community Conservation. It has an added layer of protection in the county under the Phillips Community Historic District. And they are requesting CC zoning along with that annexation, which would come to you with a Planning Commission recommendation of denial. And that sets up a 2-part action item for the committee, 1 on annexation and 2nd on zoning.
Okay. Anyone have any questions?
I think you accurately said that this is currently in the Phillips community. Is that correct? It also has an historic designation currently that is not only recognized by the Charleston County Historic District Commission, but it's also recognized by the National Historic Registry, which is under the National Park Service. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
That's also the only one in the town at this point that has that historic overlay. We're talking about having these historic overlays, and we're getting close on 10 Mile, and then following that Hamlin. So
we've been pending some documentation to be able to do that. So because of the fact that it is in the in the Phillips community, and it has these historic designations, and it would be naked from those, it would not have those protections, I move to deny.
Second. Okay. I do have a question. Does this property already have sewer and water?
Correct. It is currently connected to water and sewer. I showed here that it's available, but they have actively connected into it as of current day.
Okay, so then they're not impacted by our annexation rule to get sewer.
Correct.
Okay. Any other? Do you have anything? Okay. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. Motion passes. I assume if we're denying annexation, then we're not going to need to discuss zoning. Okay. All right. Item B is request to annex and zone CRO, conservation recreation, open space, and approximately 2.1 acre parcel on Highway 17.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So this is a 2-acre parcel located, you can see here with the red straw on its long, narrow parcel, I'm sorry. And it's adjacent to actually our town public services facility off Leben Road. And you can see that here. So the town facility is in blue, and this parcel is hatched in the county. You can see here that it is recommended for settlement community land uses. But I did want to point out that it is in the 10-mile historic overlay and now 10-mile zoning. And it's actually that long red parcel there that you can see. So within the overlay, zoning overlay, it is designated for commercial properties. So Chris Lubert presented this to the commission and put this great little comparison together, but the proposal is to come into the town and to zone this property conservation, recreation, open space. And the intent, it's very limited. That zoning is very limited, but it would allow a campground. And so the owner, it's currently Cox Tree Service that owns this property. It's been used as a laydown yard, and they would wish to come into the town and use this as a sort of a boutique camping area or RV camping ground. You can see here that within the 10-mile historic overlay, what the allowed uses are versus in our town recreation open space district. So it does allow additional uses. It would allow a convenience store, repair services, short-term rentals. It also would allow residential uses, which we would not allow in the town if it came in as conservation, recreation, open space. So that's the request before you. Again, it is to annex this property. It's 2 acres. It would pull it out of the county, out of the Phillips community, or I'm sorry, the 10-mile community overlay zoning, bring it into the town, and zone it conservation, recreation, open space. And I'm happy to answer questions. It does come to you with a recommendation for approval.
What is currently across the street on the other side of the cul-de-sac?
Across?
Those
across
tan
the
lots,
cul-de-sac
or
there?
those? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are those homes or
You know
commercial?
what? I think those are residential, but it is zoned under the overlay zoning for the red there. You can see it's commercial as well. So.
Okay.
Can you show that zoning again? That's the settlement zoning, the previous slide.
Yes, right
Please.
there. Oh, that's future land use. I
The next one,
apologize.
yeah.
So that's all. Town zoning would be colored. Hatched zoning would be, it's in the county. And again, within the county, it's zoned for commercial.
So, and it's being asked to be conservation, recreation, open space, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you show the uses of that? I think it's green space. It's, let's see, there we go. Good.
Community garden, campground or campsite, neighborhood recreation, open space, equestrian facility, and sweetgrass basket stands are conditional uses. And then I think you all received an email. The community residence came up in Planning Commission. That was sort of a random thing that came up, but that's allowed in any zoning district. It's not just community recreation. That comes from the state mandated, and there's criteria that come along with that. So that's something that would be allowed with certain reviews and certain approvals in any district that we have in the town.
Yeah.
I'll just point out that we did receive an email about the future plans for this, and the gentleman who sent the email had just spent a year traveling and doing all this and wants to bring some of the interesting things he saw in other areas of the country to, this area in the town. So I'm personally kind of interested in what that would look like, and I think there would be, an appetite for that here, and it is in a, I think, good location for something like that. So I'm in support of this.
Could you show me the, no, I think the fact that it is the most conservative option they could adopt is a good thing. And I didn't see that there was feedback from the settlement community in the meeting, planning commission meeting. Is that correct?
I don't think we received any correspondence or any attendance in
So-
regards to this.
Okay, thank you. So with it being the most conservative option, it is my understanding under this option, it would have to have a 50-foot buffer on the front. Is that correct? Yeah. Which, if you look, show it again where the town's site is. The town site in the that's basically our commercial area. As much as we'd like it to be very attractive, there's reasons why it's not as attractive as we might like it. That's just the way it is. And then next door is a big electrical yard for the Dominion Energy, and then there's an open lot next to it. So with a 50-foot setback, it lends itself to having it be something which would be high end. RV. These units are over $100,000, et cetera. So, and then there'd be 10-foot setbacks on each of the sides. Other than that, is that correct?
That's correct.
So, and currently it's used for tree service. So you can imagine that the tree service is quite noisy, and the rest. So I would tend to agree. Ms. Whitaker, you like?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve.
Second. Good.
Okay. All in favor of recommending approval to council, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. I didn't hear any nays. Okay. Next item is request to rezone from AB1 area-wide business to R2 low-density residential on a 0.11 acre parcel on May Lane.
Thank you, ma'am. So you can see it here on May Lane. There's a star showing this parcel. It is a very small parcel. It's currently zoned AB1. You can see all the current zoning here. You may recall 106 May Lane came through recently and rezoned to residential, and that was approved. This is the future land use, and it is recommended for community scale commercial. However, it is important to note out what our existing land uses are in this area. All of the beige is currently being used as residential. And it's also important to note that this would be a very difficult parcel to actually have a commercial use on it. May Lane, as you know, dead end, so access is difficult. It's also a very small parcel. It's actually smaller than 106 May Lane. So by the time you put in all of your required buffers, any parking for any type of commercial, you basically render it very difficult to use for a commercial use. And so they have asked to come into the rezone it from AB to R2. That would allow a single family detached home. And R2 actually, the minimum lot sizes are 8,000 square feet. This doesn't even meet that, but they would still be allowed to build at one single family residence, and they would get some reductions because it is a non-conforming lot. So that is the request before you, and the Planning Commission did recommend approval of that request. Okay. And we did have quite a few folks come out, and they were actually against it, but they thought that it was either going to become a business or they thought it was going to become multiple units. And so once Chris explained and went through the staff report, the folks that did show up seemed to be in support of this. They actually thought it was going to be something else than what it was. So.
Motion to approve rezoning.
Second.
Okay. Any
Yeah, I just like to make the community, I think, had come forward earlier on the previous zoning change that you showed, the star, and because it's a traditional neighborhood, been there a long time. It's not a cut through. It's not a place to get to a commercial entity. It doesn't front on Coleman, so it's and this would fit within their wishes. So I think I agree wholeheartedly to approve.
Okay. So all in favor of recommending approval to council, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Next item is request to annex and zone 7 parcels, Community Conservation District, comprising approximately of 5.12 acres in aggregate parcels located on Children Road and Old Georgetown Road.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
These are your 7 parcels and the 5 acres that are aggregated together. You can see that water and sewer is available, and in speaking with the applicant, that is the driving force behind this request to obtain water and sewer. So the other aspect of this is that the reason these are bulked together as one request is because they're contingent on one another. You have contiguity at 1, it gives you the ability to take action on 2, 3, and 4. Here you have 5, it connects to 6 and 7. So those are 2 points of contiguity. And in the county, it's zoned S3, but it does not have a historic designation on it. It straddles 6 Mile, 7 Mile, but there is no current historic designation. So it is qualitatively a like for like S3 for CC that they are currently requesting. And they're also requesting to remain in the Sweetgrass Basket Overlay District. So again, it's a 2-part where you will make a recommendation on annexation and on zoning. And Planning Commission did recommend approval of the zoning request.
Motion to approve zoning request.
I'll do a second for discussion.
Okay. Mr. Tinky, you wanted to discuss it?
My understanding on this is that only one of those lots can be subdivided. Is that true? And where is the Masonic Lodge?
You're correct. Number 7 would be able to subdivide without a waiver. The other lots could probably be subdivided, but it would require a waiver. Number 1 is the Masonic Lodge that you're referring to.
Okay, number 1's Masonic Lodge.
Correct.
And what would the waiver entail, and how would that go about?
Number 6 would probably be subdivision off of a public access easement. Number 5 would be a width to depth issue. 4 would also be that. 3, number 1. 2 does not have the frontage to create a subdivision, so those are all waiver requests that the commission has not been issuing without a good bit of scrutiny lately. They've been taking a hard look at those.
So it would have to come back to Planning Commission?
Correct.
And I think that's appropriate because across the way is a similar size, and I'd hate to see it chopped up into being a 1124 or 1128. I think that what I'm hearing you say is they would not be able to do that level of density. Is that correct?
Correct. Not without a waiver.
Without a waiver. Are we giving them open door to becoming a lot more dense if we do this even with a waiver?
It's still 3 units an acre.
Okay.
And they're capped at that. And
okay.
I'll say this: we're currently Planning Commission is going to be looking at a text amendment coming up this month on lots that are under 1 acre. And having the density being calculated off that directly, not just giving them the open door to subdivide just however much they can actually fit on the lot. So that would address a lot of this.
Your thought?
Any other questions? So this is already 7 separate lots. They owned by one person?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, I think that answers a lot of questions. Anyone else want to? So this is the vote to approve annexation only?
Yes.
Is now in this area, does it automatically come in community conservation?
It
It's
does.
not R1 in this area. So
Correct.
if we annex it, then that's the
Automatic
appropriate
designation
zone.
of CC.
And it's the same as the county.
Okay. All right. All in favor for recommending annexation to council? Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No? Okay, that motion passes. Do we need to vote for the zoning separately, right? Okay. Do we have a motion to approve community conservation
So moved.
zoning?
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. All in favor of approving that recommendation to council? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Any opposed? No opposed. Okay. That passes. All right. Next item is request to rezone from office professional district to R3 medium density residential. 2 parcels comprising of approximately 0.47 acres in aggregate located on the corner of Bowman and White Flat Road.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is our 2 subject parcels, just under a quarter of an acre. And currently they are zoned OP2, and there is a little bit of background information that I need to provide on this, that in 2019, up until 2019, this was a single family home lot that was zoned R1. Around 2020, some unpermitted improvements happened on the site, and the property owner wanted to make things right, and because they were trying to operate a commercial office out of the property, they decided to rezone to OP2, and they've had some challenges with that as well. So the shift is going back to residential now, and the current request before you is R3. The future land use in the comprehensive plan would call this area mixed neighborhood. So here you have the Central Square Watermark apartments, the Bowman townhomes, and a lot of single family back here. So there's already a good mixture of different types of residential. It would really be up to committee and council to decide if R3 would be appropriate here, fronting on Bowman. So Planning Commission recommended approval of this rezoning request, but happy to answer any questions you might have.
I would like to know how many units they could put on that under R3, or what could they do with it, with that zoning?
R3 is 6 units an acre, but I mean, again, we're talking about half an acre in total aggregate. So they're going to be limited by that. If the text amendment moving forward, that under an acre density still applies, it would really come down to the R3 lot size, and I mean, you might be able to split 3 lots between the two parcels.
Okay, and everything behind that is R1 residential on White Flat Road, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's not high density there. Okay, anybody have a motion?
My thought is, you've got office professional district that's it is more it's more in keeping with a mixed use area. It probably would, I would think it could potentially be used for a variety of purposes, including an office and residential above. I think it could have that as well. That, to me, it looks like that would be an appropriate use with all the residential there to have some form of office professional. So I'm leaning to deny.
Would you like to make a motion to deny?
I make a motion to deny.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. All approve of the motion to deny, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No. Okay. Next item is request to rezone from R1 low density residential to R2 low density residential on approximately 4.88 acre parcel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the McAllister Smith Funeral Home site. If you've spent much time going up and down Rifle Range, you would know that it's the one commercial site between Bowman and Seaside Farms. It currently is nearly 5 acres, and it is currently R1, which funeral home is allowed with a BOZA special exception in R1. And the request is for R2, which the same rule would apply, that the use would be allowed under a special exception from the Board of Zoning Appeals. So that is kind of a common theme that's occurring here, that there's really not much difference between R1 and R2. You will see that the one difference is in lot size, which the applicant was very transparent at commission that this is a dimensionally driven request. And you can see that there's a 20% reduction in lot area. So that would lead to the ability to subdivide potentially. The future land use and the comp plan call for neighborhood scale commercial on this property. So the one aspect here is that you have a dimensionally driven request, but you also have the conversation of the comp plan calling for neighborhood scale commercial. So that comes to you with a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission, and glad to answer any questions you might have on that.
Question on, so across the way is Casita Heights, is that correct? That's R1, I see.
Yes.
That's a more traditional neighborhood that's been here quite a while. On the central Mount Pleasant, which is a new neighborhood, and Shell Point is R2, is that correct?
Shell Point is R2.
R2.
The central Mount Pleasant would probably follow more of an R3, R4 model.
R3, R4. So you've got quite a bit of density there. You've got the comprehensive plan and the future land use calls for neighborhood scale commercial. So therefore you could have, quite a few uses there. And the back portion of that, is my understanding, has been used and leased out for quite a while for playing fields for the youngsters. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So my thought is it's not limiting the use. It's certainly with a neighborhood scale commercial for the developer, if you put the shoe on the other foot, it's not limiting the use. It's quite a bit of uses that you can have, but you would the neighborhood scale commercial would fit well with this area where you have so much residential now, and you could have other uses. Also, there's the potential, I'll ask Mr. DeMora this, but I don't know if it's true, would that back portion be potentially a possibility for green space, green belt? Okay, so anyhow, you've got other uses with that back area. It's quite a large area in the back. So my thought is I hate to go against our comprehensive plan and go against our what our neighborhood scale commercial recommendation is, and so I would move to deny.
I agree. Second.
Okay. Anyone have any further discussion? No. Okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you. Next item is request to amend the Dunes West PD Plan Development District Ordinance by incorporating an approximately 7-acre parcel located on George Browder Boulevard adjacent to Life Park Church. Subject parcel is currently zoned PI1 district. Proposed amendment would allow 43 townhome style multifamily units. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the 7-acre site. It is currently vacant. You can see here that it abuts Laurel Hill County Park, Laurel Hill Primary, the Publix at Park West, and Life Park Church. The current zoning is PI1, and that was largely because Life Park Church had a master plan that really incorporated all of this to build out their church site. That their priorities have kind of changed, the vision's changed, and it's stayed PI1 for that reason. And the future land use would also call out PI1 as far as community facilities. So the zoning map that we have, this amendment, would be incorporating this 7-acre parcel into the Park West zoning map. And they would be proposing a multifamily designation on this site. And it would be 6 units an acre. And this is the conceptual plan that they have. And you can see that this is not your standard multifamily. This would be townhome style multifamily units. 43 is currently the proposed amount. There would be sidewalks here along George Browder being required to connect to Life Park, and a sidewalk connecting down to Public Shopping Center, just because there is the idea that if you live here, you will have pedestrian access to both of those uses. So again, 43 multifamily units at 6 units an acre. They are preserving a lot of this, the wetlands, and using them at, toward the amenity area. So 1.34 acres of open space and 2.77 acres of wetlands. They will be filling in 0.10 acres of that wetland to achieve this with a max height of 40 feet. And one thing that does need to be brought up is that they are proposing 43 multifamily units. Within the Park West development, there are 50 remaining. So if this were approved, there would be 7 remaining multifamily units within the Park West development. So you could imagine that this would probably be, if approved, the last multifamily development within Park West. The Planning Commission had no recommendation on this, so it does come to you with a. There were several attempts at making a motion. They were tied at 4-4, so no recommendation.
Motion to approve.
I'll second the discussion.
Okay. Mr. Tinky?
Okay, a public institutional would allow what uses?
Hospital, church, municipal facilities, substations, utility stations. It really would be based on municipal uses largely.
And is this currently in the footprint of Park West? Is it a part of the Park West PUD?
It is not within the Park West PUD, but if in the colloquial sense, it is in the neighborhood of Park West, but it is not in that PD.
So therefore, the Park West could still go ahead and develop those additional units, could they not? Because it's not in the PUD?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Couldn't they, if it's not in the PUD, couldn't they go in Park West? If they found the land in Park West, they could still develop more units, right?
Sure. If they found the land, Park West would be able to undertake.
Right. So it's not, and to your knowledge, is there any agreement between Park West and this development to have this be part of Park West PUD?
So you do not have to ask for permission to amend the PD, but as far as covenants and restrictions, which we rarely get involved in,
right?
Yes, you would have to enter into an agreement with Park West. But as far as amending the PD, they are able to do that unilaterally.
So really, the statement that it would be the last that is being allowed there isn't necessarily the case unless that's what Park West takes action on. Because if they do the 43, and with or without, the Park West could still go and find units to make up their balance.
Mr. Tinky, they are proposing to come into the planned development and use 43 of those 50 units. So if this were approved, they would be part of the Park West PD and they would be allocated 43 of the 50.
But there's no agreement now nor letter, is my understanding, between Park West and the developer to do it. That is my understanding.
No, but there's not one required. We keep track of the unit allocation.
Right.
We did encourage them to. That development has sat there for so long. I know it used to be Kevin Steelman that was the developer, and we always dealt with him. And I think they tried to reach out to somebody, but as Peter said, they're not required to have anybody's approval to come into the PD. And I do know that they tried to reach out to the Park West Association and ensure that, hey, we would like to take 43 of your 50. But as far as how that works, we just track the units on our end. And so the units would be the 43 out of the 50.
So Ms. Reed, exactly. So what you said then is if they did the 43 units, that there would only be 7 left.
Yes.
For that. Okay. Second, the bike, walking, and pedestrian, is that required, and is that required both to the Publix area as well as to All American Way?
Correct. Our transportation department has made that a requirement.
One concern I have is that there's only one entrance and exit with a cul-de-sac, and it seems to me that at any time we can avoid that in the future and having one entrances on either side. That would make a lot of sense, and so get rid of the cul-de-sac and be able to go in and out in that area. The other one is the buffer. If you look at Life Park Church, the parking lot, there's a massive, this is a heavily treed, the whole area, and there's a beautiful line of trees. If you'll notice that the buffer is 10 feet now. Is that correct on the side?
That is correct.
And so you would be taking out all those trees, and they're beautiful pine trees throughout that. I would like to see that to be a 20 to 30 foot buffer. The other is to look at the tree survey. It seems that if you were to move this whole development up a bit, you could keep that buffer and also have the potential for a median or sort of a green space in between as people go in. And finally,
I think it's a great idea to have density here. I have no problem with the density because I think this is the perfect area to do it, and because of the different the churches and not the churches, the church, but also the Publix and the other retail spaces, and it's probably the ideal place based on the comp plan to have something like this. And I think it's great that the churches are working together on this, and that's a good thing. But we all are very interested in affordable and attainable housing. And so it seemed to me that I would feel more comfortable if we had a percentage like 25% affordable attainable housing, because this is a zoning that allows more use than it would under public institutional. And so for me, I would like to see it, and we're under discussion, but I'd be voting to defer with some of these and come back to us next meeting. But that's just my vote.
Laura.
Did you? Yes. Ms. Whitaker.
I'll just add on a bit to what Mr. Tinky said in terms of this being a good area for density. I do think this, this is my area of town. I'm in Park West all the time. There's a lot of already pedestrian and bike traffic kind of all around this area, and I think that's a good thing. And the planned improvements we have to some of what we're doing with Park West, with the large roundabout connecting to the school area there, all of that is going to be a part of this too. So when you think about the idea of how we've planned all of this out, and we really do want more areas in town where you can live, walk, play, work, all of that together without, having to put cars on the roads to be in one end of town, the other end of town. This is an area of town where we could do that. To speak just to the affordable for a minute, these are going to be not classified as affordable, but achievable. I think there's a lot of A words that we're starting to try to incorporate here, but I do think that there's opportunities for certain folks in our town who would be excited about, the opportunity to have a townhome like this. And so I'm in favor of letting them proceed. I think there's a lot of work that's already gone into it that I think we want to support and get behind. So that's my thought there.
Okay.
I agree. I think this is a great spot for, I see it as more of an infill development, to live, work, play, and then I like the idea, it connects. My only thing would be, I kind of agree with Mr. Tinky about maybe a buffer, more of a buffer right there. But I do think this is a great place for the density.
Okay. I think the only question I have is what is the advantage to joining the PD versus just requesting a zoning change in general?
That's a good question. So actually within our new code, there is a use called multiplex that this would have been a base rezoning to RN. And that is 9 units an acre and requires a minimum 50% lot coverage. Life Park, in conjunction with First Baptist, wanted to memorialize maybe a less intense plan, because Life Park's going to have a neighbor that they want to work with long term. Mm-hmm. And the PD option was the best way to memorialize those standards. So 6 units an acre, this amount of open space. They wanted to make sure that they were not leaving Life Park with a neighbor that was maybe too intense, and the PD was the best way and route to codify that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's a good question.
Yep. On to what Peter's saying, if there are things you want to consider, another thing with the PD is that you can condition it. So if you think it's appropriate to have a wider buffer, that's something that can be conditioned through the PD process and could not be conditioned if it was straight zoning. So
Thank you. Are you open to amendments?
Yes.
No, I mean, she made the motion.
Sure. Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
You'd be open to amendments. Any thoughts you had before?
Well, I would just say, when we talk about increasing this buffer, what impact is it going to have on what they're trying to spare in the back of the property? If you, how many trees would we lose by shifting this back? That would be my only question when it comes to that. I mean, we've already got a parking lot here and the trees are gone. So I think preserving whatever's behind it is probably the most important thing. And, I mean, I would be interested in seeing some attainable units, and I don't know if we need to really amend it here, or maybe we could wait until council weighs in because council would be able to recommend like it just at a second reading, though, correct?
But
About any amendments.
So to a certain extent, you are permitted to add conditions. It gets to a certain extent where it rises above the level of what was advertised, and may have to go back to planning commission. But either way, these conditions would be able to move through to council eventually.
If we did them now, I see.
If you add them.
So I'd make the amendment that there would be an entrance and exit at the back, so you'd have one, and that would take the place of that roundabout. So there'd be an exit and entrance there. That we would review the tree survey so that we could maximize the buffer without more loss of trees in that area, and that there would be a 25% attainable housing.
Is there a second? Okay. No second to the amendment.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay. We want to vote on the initial motion. All in favor? Aye. Aye.
No. Nay.
Nay. And one nay. Okay. Motion passes. Okay.
All right. So Liz is going to present this, and if you'll recall, we talked about the fact that the county has 3 historic districts east of the Cooper: 10 Mile, Phillips Community, and Hamlin Beach. They recently adopted a zoning overlay for 10 Mile, and the desire was that the town look at doing something comparable. So staff's been working on that. Liz is leading the charge, and she's going to walk you through that. So I'll hand it over to her.
Thank you much. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for this opportunity. Like Michelle said, you know the background. That county has recently adopted an overlay district for the 10 Mile community. That's kind of basically what we got here, and it covers a number of different development standards that you would see in a typical overlay district. I do want to give you a little bit of context for why we're talking so much about settlement communities right now.
Liz.
Yes.
Me. I just need your microphone a little closer to you. Oh, thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Okay. Is that better? Okay. Sorry. Just kind of context, because these are all tied together and they're at different stages, if you will, different stages. So 2016, just this kind of in recent history, 2016, the county updated their cultural historic resources survey. And that survey was important for this context because it pointed out the settlement communities countywide as historic cultural resources worthy of notice and protection. Okay, so from there we get into the town's comp plan, recommending that we focus on seeing how we can be a part of this. We established a settlement community task force in 2020, met with about 15 members of settlement communities in the East Cooper area for a year to come up with kind of make sure the better understanding of the concerns and the issues and where we want to go. Finished the report. 10 Mile Historic District was approved by the county, and then they began work on their overlay, which was just adopted. So there's 10 years in a nutshell. So countywide, this has been kind of a conversation underway for about a decade. I just said all that same thing. Within the 10 Mile overlay, looking at the 10 Mile overlay district here and the settlement community task force here report, things that came out of the settlement community task force report that this overlay kind of speaks directly to include requiring sidewalks. One of the concerns was there was no investment in infrastructure in the settlement communities. The task force report suggested allowing a greater flexibility of housing types in appropriate areas by special exception. You'll see that in the overlay district. Appropriately scaled neighborhood businesses. You'll see that in the overlay district. And then the task force suggested and made the recommendation that the town consider adopting a historic preservation ordinance to match that adopted by Charleston County for the protection of these settlement communities. So that's, kind of again the steps in the direction of where we are today. So we finally have, the county has adopted their ordinance, so we're using that as the basis of what we've been talking about, what we're presenting. So the question is, how do we take this and make it work for the town, right? So you should have access, I think, through the link to the red line draft code that we've been working on. And in most places in that code, the changes are, the county code references a county code section, so we've changed it to make to match the town's code section. There's some minimal differences here and there, but there are several points that we wanted to just be sure that you're paying attention to when you read through this draft ordinance. Things that are a little more different than just a change in setback standards, for instance. The first one of which is looking at accessory dwelling units. Within this overlay district, there is no maximum square footage for an ADU. So something to consider as we're thinking about what we might want to do with our version of this ordinance. And I'll get to that. Signage and street names, if you have a business, that kind of signage, or for if you had a new neighborhood, for instance, that wanted a sign. Street names all require coordination with 10 Mile Neighborhood Association. We don't typically do that in the town. It's not something we can't, it's not like we can't do it, but it's just different than the way we typically do things. Looking at the proposed uses in their use table, they have a category that's recreation and entertainment outdoor, which is an allowed use in commercial, in the few commercial properties that they've got. They don't have many. So there's that. But basically it includes, but is not limited to, amusement parks, fairgrounds, race or go-kart tracks, and sport arenas. Just saying that would be an allowed use on those properties. That's not, again, something that would necessarily find its way into one of our zoning districts. Looking at affordable and workforce housing. Within the county code, everybody, I think rightly, everybody is concerned about availability of workforce housing. Within the county code, they allow bonus densities if you are doing workforce housing that qualifies under their conditions. So within the rural area of 10 Mile, so basically the left-hand side of 17 as you head north of the west side, you have your standard densities, but you can have up to 4 principal dwelling units per acre if it's workforce housing, as opposed to the 1 unit per acre that would be otherwise. Just data points. And in the urban suburban area, which is the right-hand side of, as you're heading out 17, where we were looking at annexations earlier, you could have up to, commercial and R4 lots would follow this R4 criteria here, which would allow up to 18 units per acre. That's the worst case scenario if it's all 100% workforce housing, or 7 dwelling units per acre if it's in the S3 area. So again, just pointing out differences that we want to make sure we're aware of. And those are the conditions. I did copy these conditions straight out of the county code just to make sure that we got it right. And the other point that's kind of a little bit different in the way they apply this code is they have special stormwater requirements. They have the ability to define an area as a special protection area that basically then allows public services to go over and above their typical standards to make sure water concerns are being addressed. we don't have that same kind of flexibility. I don't know if that would be an issue within this area or not, but I'm just, again, pointing out points of difference. You want me to keep going? Okay. Or, yeah.
You did a great job because you handled the settlement commission before.
Yes, sir.
You worked very diligently and well with the settlement community, and they appreciate it very much. You also made a mention that it's 10 years of working on this, and people mentioned 3 years, but it's actually been 10 years. You also mentioned that this has been led by the community itself.
Mm-hmm.
For me, 68% of the people said they want this. 68%, which is large. It really doesn't matter to me too much what the differences are, because this is what they wanted. It's just like Brickyard, Old Village, etc. Y'all determine what you want in an HOA, POA. So for me, this is what we asked them to do, to come and look at the differences that would make them unique, and they are unique. May not be our cup of tea, and that's the way it is. So my thoughts are, I would like to make a recommendation to town council not to modify or make any, not to modify, but to work closely to have harmonious zoning and import that over into a document that would be ready for a public hearing at the town council meeting next week.
Does public hearing has to have certain public notice requirements, and it goes through the planning commission? But they're sure, and I appreciate that, Mr. Tinky. And again, I think I understood the assignment that, you know, we're taking what they approved and we're bringing it over. I'm just making sure that everybody fully understands what is being proposed. Mm-hmm. One question that I did have was that regarding the boundary. Right. So, and it doesn't. Well, it shows better up there. Good. You've got the areas that are not gray, not white, are within the 10-mile overlay district as adopted by the county. You'll notice that there, if you look at it, and I'm going to flip over to the next slide. This is the red one is the historic district boundary that was approved back in, what did I tell you? Several years ago, 22. So the historic district boundary was set, and then they went to work on making the zoning district, the overlay zoning district, to help guide the Historic District Commission in their decision making within this area. Over those 3 years, some things changed. So there are properties that are included in the historic district map that are not in the overlay map. So mostly because they have come into the town. So if we adopt an overlay district, what's our boundary going to be? Are we going to now include those parcels that were exempted by the county because they're already in the town? Because we're going to be dealing with town properties, not county properties. So that's a point. Just that I think, not that we necessarily need to figure it out today, but it is something we will need to understand, and how the differences between, how that impacts what we design.
That's an excellent catch.
Ms. Ward.
Are there others?
Yes, sir.
Are there other items that, including the boundary, that need to be looked at when we're making this?
For sure. And one thing that, and that's, I've circled them on the one map with the circles, ovals. One distinction that, we've talked about the historic district. The county adopted the historic district, and then they adopted the overlay district. Two different districts, two different maps, but mostly the same, but a little bit different. The historic district map and designation in the county sends them to the historic district, or Historic Preservation Commission, I don't remember what they call it, to review any development within that area. Kind of like our HDPC or DRB. Somebody takes a look at what's happening, proposed to happen on that property. It's compared against a set of rules, and this is now the new set of rules, to make sure that whatever's being built is in compliance with the rules. Somebody outside of a staff reviewing for building code and town code compliance. So within that pink area, anybody in the county who's putting on a deck or adding a pool or putting in, building a new house has to go through this historic district commission. But if they annex into the town, at this point, we don't have such a commission.
Right.
So the rules we're applying might be the same, but there's still that process, the public process where the neighbors have the opportunity to make their voice heard, that the county has going, that at this point in time, we don't know how to make that work.
So
if we're annexing a piece,
no, that makes sense.
a lot into the town, do we have a commission for that one lot?
I've got a second motion on that, but the first is as they're contemplating what you're saying, the historic district overlay at the county. Are they doing that with the pink area? Is that the boundaries that they're making?
Yes, sir. That's
okay.
done. Yeah.
So you made a great catch. Thank you very much. I would amend it to say that it would be contingent on using the 10-mile community proposed historic district, that we would seek to make harmonious our zoning and prepare it to go for a public hearing.
Mr. Tinky, I need you to restate the motion in its entirety.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to recommend the town council that we not modify the zoning and land development regulations ordinance developed by the county after roughly 10 years of work and passed by 68% of the residents themselves, and seek to make harmonious our town zoning ordinance through work with the county, and when ready, prepare it for a public hearing.
Good. I'll just say for discussion, I don't know that we're ready, and I know for the sake of time, I think there's a lot of unanswered questions. So I'm not sure that I'm ready to fully. I think this is great work. Totally agree with you on the support and the way it's all go down. But I think there's still some more work to do and some unanswered questions. So that's my thoughts.
That's basically what I was going to say. I mean, this is the first time we're seeing it, so I'm not sure I'm ready to send it as is. I do have issues like there's no limit to the size of the ADU you can build. So potentially that's in the backyard bigger than the original structure. I mean, there just seems to be some things that we could, that Mount Pleasant might not go for, but in general, I think it's all sounds like a good plan. So the next, if we don't pass this motion, would committee see this again, or has commission seen it yet?
No. So
Okay.
we could do a couple of things. I understand the sense of urgency, but we do,
Mhm.
it's a lot to
It's
digest.
a lot.
And so we're happy to we can bring it back to you next month and spend a little more time on it. It's linked to the agenda, so that'll give you extra time to review it. You can look through the presentation. If you guys want to talk outside of committee, we're available. And we can bring it back, drill down a little more, and from there, but that's an option for sure. We can
Just to bring it back to committee.
What do you
Yeah.
think, Mike?
You want to?
I think that'd be fine. I think it's taken a long time. They have, my sense is the 68% have approved it. So I might not like a big unit in the back, but that's what the people have voted for. What I'm more concerned about is the limbo of the annexed units and trying to get a historic overlay that would be consistent. So I would encourage our staff to continue to work on the historic overlay. And at the point we approve this zoning ordinance, I'd be looking to make that apply to a pending ordinance doctrine with the historic overlay. So that would give us a little bit of breathing space to get ours in the same time frame. So it'd give us a little more certainty of that. So I would ask that when it comes back, that our attorney would look at how to put together that pending ordinance doctrine with historic overlay that would be attached to the zoning ordinance when we move it to town council.
Okay. Do you want to rescind your motion?
Yeah, I'll rescind my motion.
And rescind your second?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Thank
We'll
you.
bring it back to you next
Thank
time.
you.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Thanks, Liz.
Thank you so much. Okay.
And
Item
last-
7, discussion review public input meeting. Comments related to Old Mount Pleasant text minutes.
Yes, very quickly. We had our special meeting. We sent out the letters. Great turnout. Many of you came. I appreciate that. I sent you all the raw data. I did not want to try and do percentages of for and against. It was very difficult. Lots of commentary, and I think from talking with staff, looking at the comments, it felt like the majority thought BAR was a good idea. It seemed that the majority thought the increased setback was appropriate for taller accessory structures. I think most of the reservations we heard had to do with the 40%. So my detached accessory structure shouldn't be limited to the 40% of my primary structure. That didn't make sense to some. And then reservations about the height being tied to the height of the principal structure. I think those were a lot of the concerns we heard. I'm thinking you probably saw that in the comments and heard that as well. But I'm here to, this is up for final reading next week. So I'm happy to answer any questions. But I think that was a good turnout and we got good feedback.
So really today we're just here to discuss because and hear this because we'll have our final reading at our next council meeting, right?
Which is where amendments can occur. So
Right.
thanks, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
I feel comfortable with the public's opinions on what they liked and they didn't. For me, I feel like an ADU should really be treated as something special when it comes to heights because we limit how many we approve annually. And I don't have a problem with one being taller than the principal structure just because we don't even allow that many. But I'm more inclined to try to go back to when it came to heights on accessory structures to go back to our old rules before we pass the zoning so that only ADUs get that full height and with a special permit. So those are my thoughts.
What was that height?
25 feet for an ADU.
Right. And 18 feet for any other detached accessory structure. I'll have those in my slides at the council meeting and for y'all to look at.
Yeah. Formally, you could put an office over your garage or something, but it would only be 18 feet. Correct. And we sort of stretched that to let anybody do 25 feet, and I never was comfortable with that. But if we went back to 18 for an accessory structure and 25 if it's permitted as an ADU, that's probably a better plan. But that would be good to hear at council final reading. Anyone else have?
No, I just heard a lot about the, removing the 40% rule for ADUs and the height
tied to the front.
Yeah. People did not like the height restriction on the ADU, which I agree with, to be honest.
I think I agree with the comments being there, but I think some extra graphics would be helpful for the council meeting. For example, on the 40%, if you think about the 40%, that's based on, let's just say it's a 1,200 square foot home, and the typical ADU is 750 to 800 square feet. So therefore, you'd have to have a larger home to be able to have that size unit. The homes that are being built today in the area are 3,500 square feet to 5,500 square feet. So you basically could add on to your existing structure 600 square feet, which could or larger, and that could actually be your the square footage of an ADU, or you could add on the 600 square feet to your principal structure, and that you could get your 750 to 800 square feet, and that's 2,500 square feet. So that's well under what's being built today. The other is that on these new homes, that shouldn't be a problem because the lots we have the primary lots are 8,000 and 9,600 square feet. So I think it's just how it's structured, how we look at that 40% and how the design is done. The design could be in a dog trot or a breezeway that's air conditioned, heated, and be on the same floor. So if it was for someone that was mobility impaired or aging in place, they could be on one floor, and that make it a lot easier. So you could accomplish the concern, and it's a valid concern. you could accomplish that with how you design. So if we can show some different options for that, I think that would be helpful. And I think overall it's moving in the right direction.
All right. Anything else? No.
Nope.
Okay. Well, with that, we'll adjourn. Oh yeah. I think.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was like, wait, it's a parking lot. Right. That's, so I was like, wait, I'm like not there today.
But you see what I'm saying? I'm like, oh no, we don't care about that part.
Susan came out now, I said, looking at he said, I haven't heard I've seen it for today.
What do you have? What do you have? The coat. I didn't know I was moving, so.
Well, I'm going to 42.
See, I gotta be on the beat that thing, right? I gotta be on the beat that thing. Can you?
Oh, what's he got?
You
What is it? Oh, his neighborhood pond.
It's on the fly.
After hearing the story, I'm not sure. I'm gonna compare how you go. Not the Pucciano? Oh, now that I heard that. I let you down.
Is it just us three?
No, Alex is coming.
Oh, I'm shocked that Howard is not still on.
I am too. I don't know. I didn't make it. I don't know. But I reached out to him and got all this feedback because I knew I was smart enough to do.
You're smart enough to ask him.
Yeah. I didn't see him.
Upstairs was cookies and brownies or something.
I had to leave it. I didn't get to eat it. Yeah, it was in a little box. I didn't have it. What else? I don't know.
Let's see. All set?
He could have put apple instead of me on this.
All set? I'd like to call the Public Services Committee meeting on Monday, February the 2nd, 2026, in session. I'd like to ask for approval of the minutes.
Move to approve.
All those in favor? Aye. I'd like to start by thanking Public Services and all the people for an extraordinary job over the weekend. There was people camping out here, if you didn't know it, in the hallways and whatnot, and taking their time to be away from their families to here and service the public. We're very blessed to have a wonderful public services department. You know, I told some of the people here, I said, you know, people don't talk about you because you're doing a good job. When you're not doing a good job, they talk about you. You know, so y'all are doing an outstanding job. I'd also like to thank Howard Chapman, who was our past chair. He has 50 years of service or more. Sort of big shoes to fill here, so I want to thank him for many years of service. I called on him for this meeting today. I'm sure I'll call on his expertise in the future. I think it's really important. With that, I'll open it up to public comment. No, excuse me, let me start. Laura Hyatt on my left, Alex Crosby, John Acafano on my right, and we're here to serve you. And so any public comments, please.
Hello, my name's John Reese. I live at 773 Natchez Circle in Lake Hunter Commons, which is an item coming up next on our agenda regarding a drainage pond. Our community sits behind the Mount Pleasant Library, which is on the corner of Ananap and Mathis Ferry. It's a small community of about 60 townhomes, and we submitted a request to ask the town of Mount Pleasant to maintain this multi-commercial use drainage area along with the county, who currently maintains part of that area. The pond provides drainage for the library, surrounding office buildings, Ananap, and Lake Hunter Circle. The pond does not service Lake Hunter Commons, and no water from that community flows into it. Lake Hunter Commons is requesting your help with clearing some tree debris and maintenance of the pond, since the lake since our community does not use the drainage area, and actually benefits some other government entities. It would be overly burdensome for our small community to maintain this area, which could entail maintaining water quality, depth of the pond, tree lined, drainage pipes, sewage pipe, and more. We appreciate your consideration in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Any more public comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to the discussion of maintenance of Lake Hunter drainage pond. And personal privilege here, I'd rather not call it a pond. It's a ditch easement. It's a drainage easement, so not to state it too much, but go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm under the impression that, well, we're missing slides here. 1 second, please. We can go on without the slides for now while Eric fixes this. The pond in question is next to the library, and it is on property owned by Lake Hunter Common the Community Homeowners Association, and it is one of 1,060 plus ponds in the town that make up the system of systems that is the drainage system of Mount Pleasant. And Town Code Chapter 155 basically requires that stormwater facilities in single-family subdivisions be privately owned and maintained. Property owners must grant the town a perpetual non-exclusive easement for public inspection and emergency repair only, and that's what that easement on the plat is. It is considered a town, or a pond. It's been considered a pond since the development occurred. The area, like I said, you're looking at right here where the cursor is, just below the library there, and this is the one of the plats that shows the area with the easement. The code generally calls for a maintenance agreement on the pond nowadays. Like I said, this is the slide that I just addressed. We did an extensive search on the records for trying to get the background on all of this, and going back to when the area was developed in the early 1990s. Both Public Service Department
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. May I?
Yes.
I'm looking at a Google map as well. So I know there's a very large pond back there. That's not what we're talking about, with a gazebo in the middle of like a little island. So this is like right next to the library. Is that what you're stating?
Yes, sir. I believe
Okay.
that's the one there where
Yeah.
Lake Hunter Common is saying that their water goes there.
Okay, thank you.
And that's on somebody else's property that somebody else maintains. Looking back at the development back to the 1990s, Queensboro area was developed as a master planned area, and the detention pond was constructed to manage stormwater runoff. It was assigned ongoing maintenance. The agreements that were signed said that ongoing maintenance would be assigned to the heirs and successors. The plats and the development plans continued to show this, and it stated that the town will not own or maintain the drainage easement. The easement agreements recorded with the final plat said the same thing. It's a dedicated easement, access to the town, states that the town is not responsible, and the covenants for Lake Hunter Common state that they can assess for detention pond maintenance. Also, the information that was available stated that the responsibility transitioned to the Lake Hunter Common Associates upon its incorporation. The library does have some, or the county has some responsibility for the pond on the side that they abut, their property abuts, and there's like a nub of the pond that goes up into the library's property, and they maintain that. And that's the information basically that's available right now. I mean, we can't find anything that says it's the town's responsibility, and we can't, without council direction, do anything about it, since it's not the town's, it's on private property, and all the documentation we have states that they are responsible for the maintenance of that pond.
So I'm sure our council has looked at who's the ownership and who's responsible for it. Is that your understanding that it even though it's surrounded by the county and the library on one side, the commercial on the other side, and Lake Hunter on the back, that it's uniquely the responsibility of Lake?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'll go much farther than Andy did. Legal has performed an exhaustive review of plats, deeds, all of this information, and it's taken us several weeks to do so and pull all this information. We have found no basis for any legal responsibility for this purpose. And, coming from a legal standpoint, as Andy mentioned, this is town-wide. And legal does not recommend it, but if the council were to take any interest in this, it should be limited to short term, and with a release position that it'd be a one-time type thing, but even that has some issues and concerns.
So the question really wasn't whether it was town. I stated that incorrectly. Is it uniquely in your mind the sole responsibility of Lake Hunter, or is it a mutual one between the county and which has been maintaining it to some extent,
right,
and and somebody else.
Yeah, the county's been maintaining their portion as we understand it. We have just found nothing that could support any other position as far as the town having any responsibility. Right.
But you haven't found anything that wouldn't have the county maintaining half of it, which they've been maintaining for quite a number of years, right?
There's a maintenance agreement from when the county redid the library, and the county has maintained the piece that they are responsible for. If you go out there and look, there is a clear delineation of the area that's been maintained in the area that hasn't, and it's really the side that abuts the county property.
And we agree on that the agreement's there. Obviously, Andy has the expertise as to whether they're actually performing their responsibilities.
Okay.
We weren't charged with that.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Is this supposed to be drained? Or is this a drainage easement that's supposed to be clear, or is this? To me, it looks like a natural ecosystem that looks like it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. But maybe or is this like a?
It's considered a pond.
It's a pond.
It's part of the
So it's not
the
like a
drainage
drainage,
system.
but-
Well, the intent is it will collect water,
Filter.
and then it will go through pipes to another pond, probably the other pond that you mentioned previously. And then eventually it will go to another pond probably, and then it will go to an outfall. That's the way the drainage system around town works.
So what is the what maintenance is missing?
A lot of the there's a maintenance, there's best practices for pond maintenance, and it's making sure it maintains the proper depth so it can hold the requisite amount of water. It's making sure that the pond banks are stabilized, and that there's no obstructions to flow and things like that. In the way a lot of the drainage system works around town, the ponds fall on the neighborhoods and the homeowners associations. A lot of the pipes, most of the pipes, fall on the town to maintain. We maintain the pipes and the structures and the outfalls, and the homeowners associations maintain the ponds. And, with this, a lot of the pipes in this neighborhood were originally private pipes as well. And some of them still are, but some of them belong to us that we maintain.
Thank you.
Where's the primary flow? Does it flow to Shem Creek, or does it flow the opposite direction?
I can't speak to that. I might have some people here. Hillary?
Yes, sir. The pond is part of a large development called Queensboro, and that flows out to Highway 17, under 17, and then to Shem Creek, near the Bund Cake property.
Good.
Are there issues right now with the drainage, with the actual pipes? Is this draining, or is there anything?
To the best of my knowledge, the pipes, it's draining. We are not seeing significant flooding there that's been reported to us. I think there has been some minor flooding, but I don't think the last time we went out to look, it wasn't associated with the pond. It was associated with some landscaping that one of the residents had put up that was keeping water from naturally flowing to where it was supposed to flow. The Public Services Department doesn't go out and inspect ponds around town. Again, each neighborhood is responsible for conducting their inspections and making sure their things work. The town has the ability to go out and inspect ponds to make sure, and then if they're not up to standard or whatever, then actions can be taken, but that doesn't really fall within the Public Service Department. That falls more within the water quality folks within EDS, and it ends up being a partner effort between Public Services and EDS.
Okay, so the commercial property next door has no responsibility.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
The property or the pond itself is solely within Lake Hunter Common property.
Now I'm wondering what recourse the owner of the pond has to things being thrown in the pond. Like if people are trimming brush on their property and throwing it in there, they're going to have cameras, I guess, to prove that. But if they can prove that a neighboring property is messing it up, then I don't know how they can prove that, or they could make them have some responsibility, I assume, if they find that that's the case. If anything's being thrown into the pond, debris. Yeah. So they might have that recourse.
So is 100% of the pond on Lake Commons, Lake Hunter Commons is 100% of the pond, and it's just being maintained. Half of it's being maintained by the county now. Is that what's happening?
It's not really even half. The county is responsible for the bank that borders their property.
Right.
And then, like I said, there is a little area that goes up onto the county's property that they maintain. I mean, it truly is a very small section that just, it's an extension of the pond that goes into their property that they maintain. The majority of the pond is on Lake Hunter Common property.
I don't know about, I may be the only one feeling this way. I really wasn't aware it was going to be on the agenda, and I understand that there was some correspondence from Lake Hunter Commons that came in. I wasn't aware of that before. I'm more likely to want to gather more information. This is for discussion, it says, on maintenance of Lake Hunter drainage. I think what you are hoping to achieve by this is to determine whether there was any responsibility from Public Works for this or not.
No, sir. I mean, the Lake Hunter Common Homeowners Association submitted this letter asking for consideration for the town to assist them, or either take over this or provide assistance. I believe the letter says that they would like us to take it over because they don't feel that they drain into it. But based off of all the research that we have done, that EDS has done, and as David said, as legal has done, the town has no responsibility here. Therefore, from a public services perspective, I have no maintenance requirement here. But if they're requesting it, we have to be told to do it by council because, it's private property. And we generally won't send the town employees to maintain private property or contract it out because it's a private property. And it's, from all the documentation we've seen or been able to find, it is their responsibility.
On the plat, on the street, by the street, there's a Mount Pleasant Waterworks pipe. It seems to be potentially a sewage pipe that's exposed. At that point, which is right on the road, is that also part of the pond?
No, sir. I mean, if there's a MPW pipe there, I mean, that would probably be in the right of way, and I would almost guarantee there's no sewage that goes into that pond.
So is that a state issue, or is that a county issue?
The pipe?
Yeah, the pipe.
That pipe would be maintained by MPW if it's an MPW pipe, but that is probably in the right of way for the road, not in the pond itself.
Well, my concern for whoever's there is an exposed pipe, and so you could easily drive off of that and have an accident and break that pipe no matter what was going through it, which would be an issue. So that would be something, because you're public services, would that be something that was addressed with Mount Pleasant Waterworks?
Yes, sir. If it was a concern that the pipe was exposed and it needed to be covered, that would probably be an MPW issue that we would recommend to them that there's concern on it. I don't know. They'd probably be telling us if it was built to standard or not, and if it was acceptable. I couldn't speak to that.
How would we go about doing that?
I could reach out to MPW and see if that pipe is being exposed is within standard or not.
Okay. Any other comments?
Hunter Commons, are they wanting to, it says on the email, they want tree clearing and maintenance of the pond. So are they trying to clear these trees in here that I see in the pictures?
That would be my guess, is that they would like the town to go in and trim everything back. But again, we haven't gone to inspect the pond to say this is what needs to be done. My understanding is they just don't believe they should be responsible for the maintenance of that pond.
Are the trees stopping the water from draining and doing?
They could be. Like I said, we have not inspected that pond, or I don't believe the town has inspected it to say that, this needs to be done. But there is a standard, pond maintenance. And a lot of times our pond maintenance is neglected around town. A lot of homeowners associations, it's like, we've got years before it becomes an issue, and they neglect it and then they forget about it. I mean, there's probably a lot of ponds that need dredged. And I think a best maintenance practice, I want to say, is every 10 to 15 years. But I would venture to say that probably most ponds in town haven't been dredged. But eventually that will catch up with us.
So would it be helpful to at least step back and figure out what this is a good opportunity to look at green and gray infrastructure, what best practices are for that particular area, assuming that you're not in the town is not responsible for it, but helping with Mount Pleasant Waterworks and the county to figure out what best practices are in this somewhat, it's not gray area from their attorney standpoint, but what would be done there?
No, I think the engineering and development services, the environmental folks down there, the stormwater people, they do push information out on best practices for pond maintenance and everything to different neighborhoods. They're there to offer advice, set up classes. They work with Clemson Extension to to educate people on pond maintenance and things. I mean, I can't speak for all of their efforts since it's not mine, but they do work with neighborhoods on pond maintenance.
Okay.
So
I'd like to learn more about it for them. I'd like to learn more about it. I frankly, I didn't have the time, honestly, to prepare, and I hate to say that, but I'd like to have a little more time to review this before we take an action. But I'm just one person. Laura?
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. Because this was discussion only, Mr. Demore, is that appropriate? So let us step back and gather all the information that's there so we can understand it and bring it back to the committee at the next meeting. Moving right along.
yes, sir. You had asked for an update on the Public Services Department, CIP and CMP projects. You also mentioned tree maintenance and things. So what we've prepared is kind of an overview of the FY26 CIP and the FY27 CIP submittals from the department, and then kind of where we stand on the CMP programs that fall within the Public Services Department. There's a lot of slides here, but we can knock them out pretty quick. The CIP projects from FY26 that the Public Services Department was responsible for was the Alhambra Hall project, which is complete. It was budgeted for almost $5.5 million. It came in at $5,325,561.60. So we had savings of $154,000 and some change on that project. The other one is the Public Services Operations Center, which we're getting ready to finish phase 3 of this phase, which is the admin building. We're hoping to finish that in April, and then the Public Services Department will finally be consolidated on one location, which hasn't happened in the 10 years that I've worked here. So it'll be nice to have everybody under one roof. And that was the other 2 phases of that project consisted of the fleet maintenance building and the transfer yard. And then the final CIP program for FY26 is the $1.5 million that was allocated to finish the substructure repairs at the Pitt Street Bridge, which, as I talked about at the town council retreat, we're still hoping to finish this fiscal year, completing the substructure repairs, provided the bids are good and we can come up with an acceptable timeline.
And I think at the retreat we discussed talking at council about trying to do it all at once if we could. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And that leads us to the next slide of what we submitted for FY27. When we talked about this at the retreat, we asked for another $1.5 million for FY27 to work on superstructure repairs, and then for out years another $6 million. So we can kind of stand down on the Pitt Street Bridge, FY26 repairs, and wait until we get further guidance pending the FY27, if that's the direction we're given. And but we do know we need to finish substructure repairs. We need to look at replacing the superstructure, and then we'll need to work on the retaining wall, and then any park improvements that would go along with that.
And I would like to see that we have someone that's an expert in historical bridges and whatnot take a look at it as well, just to get a sense of what's there. It's historic. Obviously, it's very historical, back to the 1700s. But to look at all the materials, to look at any archaeology, and whatnot, just to make a review of that, at least to get a preliminary look at it.
Yes, sir. And when we were looking at doing the exploratory digging, actually, that we just completed, we reached out to historical folks, and they gave their blessing on what we were doing. So we'll keep that in
That'd be
mind.
great if we could get that.
Other projects that we submitted for, we submitted for additional funding to continue building on the Public Services Operations Center. We'd like to finish 6 Mile at some point, which would include a fuel island, an updated fuel island, covered storage space, warehouse space, and then finalizing the parking area down there, and then moving up to the Lieben Road facility to bring that up to speed. And once those areas are completed, that will complete the Public Services Operations Center. Sir?
So, excuse me, on that, we do all of our own fuel. And what do you think that? Because you mentioned a covered fuel island.
Yes, sir. We have a fuel island there. The original master plan that was done was to increase the size of the fuel island there at 6 Mile, and then take the current fuel island and move that up to, or the equipment if it's salvageable, and move that up to Lieben Road, so we'd have a fueling capability there. And the master plan concept was to increase our capacity in the event of a storm.
Okay, thank you. What is our cost savings by doing our own fuel?
I couldn't speak to that, sir. I'd have to talk to Fax. I just have the facility in my area, but fleet maintenance runs, orders the fuel and deals with the contractor and purchasing.
It's got to be quite a bit.
I would imagine, sir.
Thank you.
And as we discussed in strategic plan, you're looking at resilience and sustainability. So you'd be looking at potential hybrid or EV at some point in time, the pros and cons of those types of things?
Potentially, sir. I mean, we've looked at it within public services. I mean, we've gone to, we've actually are trying mostly electric equipment down at Waterfront Park now. When that construction ended, we went and bought electric equipment for down there to give it a shot to see how it worked. In the past, it wasn't as robust enough, so we're trying to experiment with that. We've looked at electric garbage trucks, and we don't think they're there yet. But I mean, as the technology, per the strat plan, we'll keep looking at technology and see where it takes us. But we just need to make sure we maintain our capability.
Thank you. Just one question on that. Thank you for bringing that up. You guys use Samsara for the tracking of the GPS. Is that all vehicles?
Not all vehicles have it yet, but that's the system that fleet maintenance.
There is a thing on Samsara that acts as it tracks the vehicles over time. It recommends which vehicles should switch to electric or not.
Yes,
that's on that system.
I'd have to consult with fleet maintenance about that.
I use it for my company. It tells you to switch or not to switch for an electric vehicle on that specific vehicle as it tracks the vehicle.
Thank you. Be interesting
Yeah,
to learn.
thank you.
The next project that we had submitted was Miriam Brown, and I know that was discussed at the retreat and will receive consideration. The estimate cost there was an in-house estimate, and it was for a like size facility, nothing bigger. So if we, pending where we land on the design or the desire for what would go in at Miriam Brown, that price could need to be adjusted. And then the other CIP we submitted was for replacing the Shem Creek Boardwalk. As that gets older and it's a harsh environment with the marine environment, and trying to put something in there that will last a little longer.
Go ahead.
What is the
Size of the Miriam Brown building? Do you know the square footage off the top of your head?
Off
So you
the
might
top
know.
of my head, no. Do you guys have? I can get it
Oh.
for you. I've got it upstairs. I didn't bring it down.
I was just curious. Thank you.
There's been discussions with recreation as well as public works as replacing that building. It's outlived its useful life, really, and replacing it with a design that's more in keeping with the Lang Middle School that was there before, historically and culturally, for use, and also to have the bathrooms accessible and perhaps meeting space, potentially even 2 stories with some porches, to have a different approach that would be befitting the neighborhood that we have today. So very preliminary, and but something that would be important to really get engagement from all the community, which is already underway, and y'all are doing a good job of that.
Yes, sir. I mean, we've gathered some input, and we're at the point now to, if we get the go ahead, we can pull the string on it more and start attempting to get some designs going and getting some real cost associated with it. But we believe that that's one of the next facilities that needs to get looked at and redone.
Yeah, I think right now it's an aluminum building or something. I mean, I would like to see something more appropriate, 2-story, what he talked about. Porches, things that fit the neighborhood and community use. Having 2 stories, we could do
ma'am.
more with the space and the footprint.
We'll build whatever you fund us for.
Yeah.
Will also be good to get some design professional really understands the historic neighborhood too as we do it.
Yes, sir, and that's part of the process. Once we get the project approved. That concludes the CIP portion of the discussion. We'll go in and talk CMPs, and as you know, CIPs are more for a specific thing. CMP is for a specific category of things, and we use CMP money. We get budgeted new CMP money each year, but then it also the money that isn't used the year before rolls over into the new year, and we use this for either large projects and smaller projects. One of our it's kind of things over $2,000 a lot of times get rolled into using CMP money as we're fixing facility, especially in the townwide facility maintenance CMP. We were budgeted in FY26 for $2.2 million, and we rolled over a little over 300,000 for a total of 2.5. We currently have 1.4 remaining in the budget for this year, which is about 56%. Here's a list of some of the projects that we're working on. You've got the town hall gym sewer pipe repair. There's issues with the sewer there that's estimated. The engineering and design of it is a $34,000 plan we're developing, and then the construction cost is to be determined. We're hoping to have that and complete that this spring. And we're starting to look at the Darby building and seeing what needs to be done there. One of the things that we did in 2022 was a townwide facilities assessment where we brought in a contractor to look at all town facilities. And, they gave us recommended repairs and what they thought cost might be. And really, with that, they said over 30 years we would need about $81 million to maintain or bring our facilities back up to speed. Now, that's a moving target. Every time something new gets built, that number will change, and as things get older, the number changes. So it's an ongoing project. Looking at some of the other ones, the town hall generator project, the gym generator project, fire stations, Sweetgrass Basket Pavilion had extensive termite damage that we're dealing with, repaving Alhambra Hall and Edwards Park, and we're starting to look at Hamlin Trail repairs. The next one we'll talk about is right-of-way maintenance. This is a CMP that we use for numerous things, to include looking at the Highway 17 landscaping that we're getting ready to try to execute. And we generally get funded $500,000 a year for this. Some of the CMP projects will let the money build up in order to get enough money to tackle a larger project, and that's what we've done here with this one, because Highway 17 is going to be probably $1.5 million when all is said and done. So right now we're sitting at 1.4 million, and we'll go. We're finalizing the plant list for Highway 17. We're working on the DOT permits, and we're hoping to start that in March-April timeframe. Other areas we're looking at right now include the Children's Circle, giving it a refresh, as well as the Veterans Circle. And then in the future, we'll be looking at town properties such as Waterfront Park. The old part of Waterfront Park we think needs some work. And then Edwards Park, once it's determined if and when it'll be used as a laydown yard for the drainage projects down there. We've got a bridge and dock CMP. Sorry, I hit that. And initial budget is 750. We rolled over 371 for 1.1. We're currently at about 95% there, but we do have some things in the work. We've got we did some emergency repairs on Shem Creek Boardwalk. We have that inspected every few years, and they identified some emergency repairs that needed to be done. We also had some damage from the last big high tide event there that we needed to get repaired quickly. We do a yearly inspection of a certain percentage of our bridges, and that within town, and that identifies things that need to be repaired. So that was done. We've contracted out the calendar year 26 bridges and repairs. We're looking at doing significant work on the David Simmons dock, and then we've started to develop the plans for Shem Creek.
Just to be clear on something, excuse me. Everything we're talking about has been funded.
I've got money for it, or I'll look at having money for it next fiscal year. I mean, the CMPs.
But you've got everything on these
The
last.
CMPs are kind of it's a moving target. Like we tackle what we can, and then we plan out, because there's some big projects. So if I can fund design 1 year, and then we look at either does it require a CIP, or do we look at building up CMP funds to go do it. Like the Shem Creek, that's why we put that as an out year CIP, but we wanted to get it on the radar because we know it's going to be expensive. Kind of the guidelines that I work off of. If it will take a large portion of the budget, then I will put it in as a CIP, because if I spend all my CMP money on it, I've got nothing left to maintain anything else that breaks. Another one is sidewalk and curb.
Tell me where we are on this, because we got some people patiently waiting on the next agenda item.
Well, yes, sir. And these are items that, you mean the next committee meeting?
Yeah, I think let's move some of these on to the next. I think from the public's perspective, what we're really trying to show is the great work that is being done. Have awareness of where things are that you may be thinking about or wondering about when what's happening. The transportation department does an outstanding job, just as public services, in showing what's coming up and seeing if you're on the list. And so this gives an opportunity to see where you are and be able to be conversant with it. So I think if we can get that, and it can become a rolling one, that's easy to go. And if you could very briefly, because I thought it was very reassuring that you have developed flood hotspot areas that Public Services looks at with these when we have storms and high tides, etc. So without going into too much detail, could you just share briefly what you do with those hotspots so people know you're on it?
Yes, sir. And one thing I'll just say with the CMP that makes mine a little harder to advertise compared to the EDS is ours is a moving target based off of priorities or what's the closest gator to the boat. So our things will shift if a bigger issue pops up. So it's a little harder to project, but it is part of the strategic plan to show what can be done or what's being done to keep the community more informed. We did a tidal analysis per your discussion, sir, and we looked at kind of how we can project. I mean, we've got an idea of what floods, and we've got a response plan for it. And what we're seeing is, if you look at this chart, we analyzed 3 high tide events: December 23rd, December of 2023, September 2025, and October of 2025. And you'll see these on the next slides. And what we've seen is, going back to Hurricane Hugo, basically, and after. From 1992 to 2015, there were about 14 events that were a 7.5 tide or higher. And that was 23 years, 14 events. Since 2016, so 10 years, less than 10 years, there's been 12 already. So we're seeing a lot more of these higher tide events, which leads to a lot more blue sky flooding and everything. So that's really what this shows. What we did was just a quick, we break the town north, central, south based off of for hurricane support and everything else. So we didn't go drill down into the neighborhoods, but we're looking at, this is a kind of an area. The key on the left shows the yellow is it'll look to flood at a 7.57. The orange is a 8.43, and the red is a 9.64. 7.57 is where we really start. That's kind of the trigger for things. This is the south, this is the central, and then this is the north end. And then, as I said, what we're seeing is a lot more flooding events. A lot more of it isn't storm necessarily oriented. It's blue sky, it's tidal. One thing I'll say is I can't stop Mother Nature. When it comes over the banks, there's not a whole lot I can do about it. But what we do know is, we know the areas generally that flood. We put the water on road signs up. We patrol the area. So as the tide goes out, the system generally works and the water will recede and go out. We will go and patrol and try to clear the grates so things drain, quickly. But as drains get clogged, then, the water has a hard time getting out. If you add rain at the same time as the high tides, it compounds the problem. So, we spend a lot of time out there in the rain, trying to clear grates and make sure everything drains. But that is kind of
Well, thank you.
the
Thank
abbreviated
you.
version of the
That
presentation.
that was excellent. We've gone way over. Sorry for the folks that are waiting, but you did a lot of great work on this. And as we go forward, we can streamline it and let people rest assured we're taking care of them. Anything else? We're adjourned. Did you find it helpful? Did you find that interesting? I know. Did you find?
Yeah, the signs. Those flood maps, they need to post on the town website so everybody can panic.
I got to move again, don't I? Hey, good to see you. Doing well. Thank you for coming. Yeah.
You guys didn't get the letter.
Appreciate you coming. And down here.
She just saw it.
Oh, no, it's fine.
She's got it today.
What is she presenting on? Oh, the yes.
Well, we have
Okay.
62 dollars. My name is Scott. I know it's You up, Holly?
You too. Thank you.
Watch the sunset. Yeah. Is it the last one? No, we have 3 more to go. Oh. Sorry about that. Yeah, you guys are going to crack open that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess that's my place. Thank you.
He had what I gave him.
Huh?
He had what I gave
Yeah.
him today.
Oh, wow. That's it. Oh. We're waiting on Catherine. I know she's watching upstairs.
Oh, sorry. Hey. I'm sorry about that. I know.
It would help if I pulled the agenda out. Wouldn't it?
Are you kidding me?
There we are.
Again?
This may be the latest ending of a committee day in a long, maybe
Do you need
ever.
a Twix,
The
Mayor?
same one
Huh?
that's been in Mexican place 2 times.
I got something here. I'll be okay for my sugar jolt.
What was before next one?
Try to stay awake. Yeah. I did. I ate a cookie. Good.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's that time.
Ready? Yes. Ready? Let me call to order the Transportation Committee meeting for this Monday, February the 2nd. I'm not used to sitting here watching the sun get low. We're usually in the morning, but everybody knows why we're so late today. And I appreciate everybody just hanging in there while we try to get all this stuff knocked out today. So item number 2 would be approval of the minutes from January 5th.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, the minutes are approved. Item 3, public comment. If you were here to make a public comment, please come forward, give your name and address, and listen for the cue when your 2.5 minutes are up, please.
Before we begin, may I have permission to approach council with some hard copy summaries?
To the clerk, please. Yep.
Thank you.
Here we go. They'll do it for you.
I guess I'll begin. My name is David Mariner, and I represent the community of Oaks Marsh View. The Oaks Marsh View is a pocket neighborhood. It's small, but Mossy Branch Way is a short street. It's purely residential. There's no through traffic, and there's variable volumes of traffic that depend upon the hour of the day and also the weekend. And there are a lot of pedestrians. On page 2 of what I've distributed, and you've got electronically, I think Ms. Barrett circulated that over the weekend, you'll see the street, Mossy Branch Way. The community is deeply appreciative of Mayor Haney, council, and the Transportation Committee for approving speed bumps. And on page 3, you'll see different options with speed cushions implemented by Mount Pleasant Road since 2018. The speed humps are throughout Mount Pleasant in DOT controlled regions, specifically multiple streets in Old Village and Ion, etc. The community feels that the uniform slowing is allowed by specifically speed humps, and it really leads to predictable behavior. And that we are concerned that the gaps in speed cushions can be exploited by either different vehicles that target an easier path, and also definitely exploited by micromobility, e-bikes, and I think we all know they're better called mopeds nowadays. Since 2018, we're in trouble. And so the community is very, very concerned. As I said, we are deeply appreciative. I represent Sandy, our president of HOA. She's here present, and the community appreciates everything the town of Mount Pleasant has done for us. On the left on the slide, you'll see what was preliminarily approved. And looking at the neighborhood and looking at this evaluation, we feel that the more ideal positioning is on the right. The spacing is decreased, it's less acceleration, and really improves consistency. And finally, we understand that emergency access is an important topic, but the reality is that speed reduction, consistent speed reduction over 24 hours a day. Yes. And the cost is another concern. We will explore options. So in summary, we would like consideration for speed humps and also refined replacement. And if cost is a concern, we can discuss options, and we're happy to explore that. I appreciate very much the time to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Terry Martin, and I live in the Charleston National subdivision. Recently, we had some repaving, some work done in our area on Lynx land. And when it got done and it was leaving, my son-in-law approached them and asked if they were going to finish up a cul-de-sac on Massey Court. And I sent some pictures to Ryan, I talked to Mr. Aton. And I talked to Mr. Haney about it to see if they were going to finish that up, because I've got 3 grandchildren in that little cul-de-sac, and there's 3 next door to them. and they play right in that little area and try to learn how to ride a bike where they don't have to get out on Links Land or National Drive. We have 822 residents in Charleston National, and the traffic has really increased over the last 3 or 4 years since Stratton came in with over 100 houses. We got 1,000, and then they come through National Drive off Rifle Range and South Morgan's Point. So I was just wanting to ask if there was a plan to finish up that. There was some elevated asphalt there that was left. It is kind of crumbling. It just looked like a piece job that was done. And when I called them, I asked them if they ran out of blacktop, and they said no, they didn't run out of blacktop. So I was just seeing if that was going to be finished and when, what a timeline might be for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Anyone? All right, if there's no more, public comment is closed. That moves us to item 4, traffic calming program recommendations.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of committee, I'm going to have our associate engineer, Riley Bryan, come up and present this to you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and committee. In this fiscal year's traffic calming program, we received 21 different requests for roadways within the town to have traffic calming devices installed on them. Within these 21 different roads, we only received back 11 completed applications for these roadways. All roadways had speed studies conducted for them that consisted of a 48-hour study, and the goal of this was to measure the speed that the drivers were driving on these roads, and most specifically get the 85th percentile speed, which is the threshold that we use to justify the installation of traffic calming devices or not. This 85th percentile speed has to be at 5 miles per hour or more than the posted speed limit. So of these studies completed on these 4 roads, Turnstone Street, South Shadow Drive, North Shadow Drive, and Lieben Road met this 85th percentile speed. Turnstone, South Shadow, North Shadow, all are applicable to have speed cushions installed on them since they have a posted speed limit of 25 miles per hour. And Lieben Road is applicable to have a radar feedback sign installed since it's a SCDOT road and it has a speed limit of 30 miles per hour, which is too much for a speed hump. Mossy Branch Way did not meet this 85th percentile speed, but per the direction of Transportation Committee, we did move them along to the petition process. So all these roads currently have petitions being worked out, if not already completed, and we will receive the last one by Monday. This petition requires that 75% of the residents within the petition area that we determined for them be in favor of the placement of speed cushions. So should all of these petitions come back in favor of speed cushions with that 75% requirement, we anticipate the implementation of all these devices, which consist of 9 speed cushions and 1 radar feedback sign, to cost about $104,000, and we anticipate construction beginning in April of 2026. Thank you.
Just a second. I'm taking some notes because I know I've got a question or two. Would you tell us briefly how, just for everybody's edification, when we get that 75% requirement of residents approving, how do we document? How is that acquired and documented, just for the record?
You're talking about the petition documents?
Yes.
So we have laid out a petition area essentially that we can infer the residents of the neighborhood will be most likely to travel over those speed cushions and don't have an alternate route to take to avoid the speed cushion. So we created a spreadsheet of all the addresses within that petition area. Once the petition is returned to us, we can see who within those addresses did sign a signature for that, and that's looked at pretty thoroughly to see if there's any inconsistency, if there's blanks, or if there's just weird circumstances of someone signing twice. So as long as we see that 75% is met, then.
Okay, and is it 75% of people or 75% of addresses?
Yes, it's 75% of those residents within that petition area.
Each location has 1 signature.
Okay, that's what I
Yes,
was
each
asking.
home has one
And when
signature.
we reach 75%, do we stop collecting?
The HOA is responsible for that portion, so they could stop at 75%, or they probably just try to finish out that
Because
petition.
sometimes we have residents come in here and they say, well, nobody asked me or whatever, but it could be that their HOA got to 75% and said, here it is, right?
Could be, yes, sir.
All right. Yes, sir.
It's my understanding that they did reach 75%, or at least they turned in materials showing the petition and that had been signed. Have you all been in receipt of that, and have you checked it to make sure it had the 75% and let them know one way or another?
For Mossy Branch Way, yes, I just reviewed that, and I did acknowledge that 75% were on the petition document. Since we're waiting for the final one to be turned in Monday, I was waiting to present that to everyone, but yes, we did review it.
Okay.
Yeah, we just received that one, and it's typically not a holdup at this point in time. We if we have some time between now and we want to bid, which is soon, then we let them use that time. But otherwise, right now it looks like we'll receive all of them.
The ones over here on the right under study findings and recommendations, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those, they did not qualify for one reason or another.
They did not qualify because the 85th percentile from the speed study was not that 5 miles per hour over the posted speed limit.
Okay. And have they been notified? Have those
Yes.
neighborhood
Yes.
Okay.
At the same time, I sent out the petition documents in November. I informed all applicants who did not meet the criteria that that was the case.
Okay.
And can you explain, the reasoning for speed cushions rather than speed humps?
Yes, so speed cushions are preferred because they accommodate emergency response vehicles a little bit better than those speed humps do by providing that space.
I'll add on to that as well. So the installation process is much simpler, is less impactful to the residents as opposed to an asphalt hump, which requires a full closure of the roadway and detour, where these are easily applied. They're easily removed should that be pursued in the future. As you recall, with our traffic calming program, we do have an application process for removal, and then they're easily repaired and replaced by segments, and the cost is essentially the same as a speed hump, which again are implemented on DOT roadways. I believe it was 2018 that it was the direction of the Transportation Committee to move from speed humps, asphalt speed humps, to these preformed speed cushions on town roadways, specifically to address fire and EMS concerns.
Okay. Do the results show they have the same result, the same effect?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay.
And have you had experience today, of course, with if you're on an e-bike, you may like it be a solid one because you can get more height as you go across there versus in between them. But have you seen any pros and cons of those with the e-bikes and the concerns that the neighbors have?
No, sir. I don't. We've not specifically studied that. You know, as a 16-year-old boy, at one point, I would have preferred to have the full one, so I could, you know, again, like you're stating, ramp a little higher. But they're not intended for e-bikes to impact their speeds at all, one way or the other, whether they're cushions or monolithic asphalt speed humps. They are intended to slow vehicular traffic.
Right.
And with those, would you be reviewing with them each of these, the location of those speed cushions, where they are, and get any, obviously all the traffic engineers, but any information that they may have from observation or otherwise as to where they're located?
Yes, sir. I mean, we can certainly look at this packet. We just received it. You know, there are pretty set guidelines that we go through on placement of cushions within curves, avoiding, you know, trying to line up with property lines, avoiding having them in, of course, within driveways and things like that. So, you know, those are pretty set per the guidelines, not only our internal guidelines, but DOT's guidelines. And so that's really what we utilize to pursue the potential placement of those.
We also look at the speed profile where we collect data. So we kind of know by that where we collect the data. And this
road is pretty short, so it's pretty easy to see where the best placement would be. But we also have to avoid, like say, curvature. We look at things that are already restricting speed, like most of the turns occur, at another stop sign, very right adjacent to it. So, I have faith that our staff has looked at all of that and appropriately placed the speed humps.
Mr. Morrison, I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I was there and almost got run over because the person at the speed bumps, only thing that would have done them is alerted them that they had to do something, because the whole time they were coming straight for us, and I basically dove off to the side when I was with the neighbors. They were looking down the whole way. This is how they were driving. And so there was, and the speed bump might have helped her or a cushion. At least that would have woken them up, because they were looking down the whole time. So it's a scary thing.
All right, so we had 11 that completed applications. And so those 11 are accounted for right there. 5 are getting traffic calming, and 6 did not qualify. So do you need a motion from this committee?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
All right. So the motion is to proceed with the study findings and recommendations as presented for traffic calming program recommendations. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And for any who did not qualify, I guess it's not the end. I mean, you can always apply later, right? The data may come back different.
They have to wait 1 year.
1 year, right. Okay, next, please.
Moving on to agenda item number 5. This is the TST annual allocations that the county presents to the town and other municipalities each year in January. So staff has put together a list of projects that are broken out into 3 categories, which are the 3 funding categories that the TST and future CTC projects come out in. And those are intersection improvements, pedestrian and bicycle improvements, and paving. Keep in mind that paving is typically reserved for dirt to pave. These are not resurfacing of existing asphalt roadways. These are new pavement. And so running down the, yes, sir.
This is from the current transportation sales tax?
Yes,
not
sir.
The future.
Correct. This is the existing annual allocation. So these are not the big earmark projects. These are year in and year out. There's a certain pot of money that's put out for municipalities.
Because there's a lot of reporting going on about that. So let's just make sure we're clear to the public about which pot of money this is coming from.
This is the existing TST annual allocation. And so I'll walk through these and feel free to stop me if you have any questions on any of these specifics. So starting with the intersection improvements, we have the intersection of Mathis Ferry Road and Bowman Road, mast arm upgrade. This project is designed and permitted already. And so we're seeking some funds through this program to help with that conversion from span wire to mast arm. There's also the Hungry Neck Boulevard at Vinning intersection, right turn lanes. So this is more of an operational improvement and safety improvement that we're looking to pursue.
And those turn lanes are on Hungry Neck when you're turning onto Vinning, or on Vinning when you're turning on the Hungry Neck?
From Vinning onto Hungry Neck.
Got it.
Currently, Hungry Neck has both left and right turn lanes on those approaches. So this will sort of finish out the intersection there. And then lastly, Rifle Range Road at Hamlin Road, mast arm upgrade design. So this is an existing span wire system that we have not completed design on, and so seeking funds to complete that design. And these are ranked in order of precedence here that we will submit to the county, with Mathis Ferry being number 1 and Rifle Range being number 3 for intersection improvements.
Okay.
Moving on to the pedestrian and bicycle improvements. Our first 2 are undoubtedly Mount Pleasant Way related. So the first being Vinning Road, US 17 to Rifle Range Road. You may recall this. We have successfully been awarded Charleston County Greenbelt funds for any necessary recreational easements through that design. And so we're hoping to move forward on this. This one really rose to the top because the SS4A grant funds the remainder of Mathis Ferry up to 17, and then Rifle Range. So this will be a gap between those 2 spine route systems to really complete that connection. Next is the National Drive Trail Phase 2. Staff has completed and permitted the design for from 17 along National Drive to Egret Point Drive. This would fund the remainder from Egret Point Drive to Porsche's Bluff. And then lastly, we have the Lauda Drive sidewalk improvements. These are improvements in and around the intersection of Mathis Ferry and Lauda to connect the neighborhoods over there to existing sidewalk on Mathis Ferry.
Okay.
Barring any questions on those.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chapman.
Yeah, on the Lauda Drive sidewalk improvements, I know there are some sidewalks in there, but what does this project do?
Yes, sir. So this looks at designing sidewalk to connect the existing facilities on Mathis Ferry Road to the neighborhoods behind the dentist and the CVS or CVS or Walgreens on that corner. The name of the neighborhood is escaping me, but they currently have no way to utilize pedestrian facilities out of the neighborhood to Mathis Ferry. So this would fill that gap from a design standpoint.
Okay. I can picture it, sort of. So does it go all the way down to get into Indigo?
It will continue all the way down the old Mathis Ferry alignment.
Right.
To the entrance of the neighborhood and wrap into the entrance of the neighborhood. And so from that point, there are pedestrian connections that exist currently between this neighborhood and the Indigo Square commercial area.
Right.
And this would just allow them sort of access from the other entrance or the primary entrance of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And then moving on to lastly, paving. This is one that we've submitted for the past 3 years. So this is the Shim Creek Park pervious pavement installation. This is the existing parking area for the Shim Creek Park, which is currently gravel, and that, those fines migrate into Shrimp Boat Lane. So this would call to remove that and replace it with pervious concrete, creating much less maintenance issues for public services and not impacting negatively Shrimp Boat Lane and parts of Coleman Boulevard when it does migrate that far.
So we have submitted that the last 2 years?
Last 3 years.
3
Yes,
years. Do we know what the problem is?
Well, again, a lot of there's a whole ranking criteria with these applications that deal with, accident history, public support, things like that, and we put together a really good application. The paving component of the TST is really and primarily intended for that dirt to pave, not necessarily for retrofits of things like this that we're applying. Although in our discussions with Charleston County staff, they do say that this is an eligible project. It just typically ranks a little bit lower than other areas.
So if we were to get this, this is where you pull in off Coleman, right? So
Yes, sir.
this would be paved with pervious concrete, but then it would stop where the privately owned parking lots are. Right?
Correct.
So
Yes,
you
sir.
would have pavement and then all of that gravel and potholes and
Yes, sir. This is just on the town-owned
Right.
park portion of parking.
Right.
Parking portion.
right.
Park parking.
Park parking. Yes, sir.
Okay. So tell us what the committee needs to do today. Approve this.
These are staff recommendations. We have a priority. That doesn't mean you have to agree to that priority, and certainly entertain any changes. But these were the projects for sure that rise to the top.
When does this have to be submitted?
12th.
February 12th, yes.
I think it's
Okay.
within about a week and a half. is
So
when
unless
they
we
ask
have
for it.
anything up our sleeve now, we wouldn't be able to get it in we could have a special meeting by the 12th. Remind me, I know we do this every year. Does this go to full council on Tuesday? It just comes from the committee.
Yes,
Okay.
typically that's what we've done.
Okay. So committee members, how do you feel about this list? All right.
I have a question.
All right.
It says 2027 TST project requests.
Fiscal year 2027.
Fiscal year 20.
Yes, sir.
After
What happens? I presume this is from 2016 half-cent sales tax.
I actually think this is the 04 because
2004.
I think the 16 is what we talked about last week. Does
Yeah.
not start until 2031.
Right. So that's money that is from a previous half-cent sales tax, as opposed to the one
Right.
this
That we're
in
working on.
2026 that we're working on. So this doesn't have to meet the the 2026 January 30th date?
No.
Okay, I just
No.
wanted to make sure I knew which one this was.
This money is there and waiting for us to get our
Yeah.
hands on it. So, do we have a motion, please?
I move to approve the project recommendations as presented.
All right.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. All right, item 6 is updates on ongoing projects, including our traffic management update. Given the hour and the time, unless there's something new, different, or something's been impeded, perhaps we just put this off. For those that are watching, this is just where it's not things we vote on. It's nothing up for a vote, but it is to tell us and the public what we're working on that's continuing. But we're already way over time. Unless there's been, or Mr. Demore, something earth shattering on something we're expecting to be finished or whatever.
The only thing I would mention is we have signed the LPA agreement with SCDOT for just shy of $2.2 million for climate reduction policy funds that go towards signal technology enhancements.
Okay, fantastic. Any questions, anybody, about any of these other mobility action plans or traffic management operations? I just want to mention today, and we don't need to get long-winded, but I was in a traffic situation, didn't involve me, but I came up upon it where a car had hit a piece of curb right on Johnny Dodge, knocked the wheel completely off the car, and our traffic response vehicle was right there. And and Chief and everybody that had a part in getting those for us, what a welcome addition to our traffic management program overall. I know that's not new, but when it affects you personally, you know, like getting to these meetings today, it was a wonderful thing to see. All right. Oh, no. All right. There being nothing further, this committee meeting is adjourned.
Perfect. Good job.
Yes. All right. Are we cleared, Mr. Paglarini, legally to go ahead and resume committees? Thank you. So the alarm's off, the building's clear. All right, let me call to order the Flood Resilience Committee meeting for this February 2nd, which we didn't plan it this way, but today happens to be World Wetlands Day. So it's internationally recognized, and here we are doing our best to protect the wetlands in the town of Mount Pleasant. So I'm proud. I'm very proud of that. Item 2, approval of the minutes from our January 6th meeting. Do we have a motion, please?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The minutes are approved. Item 3, public comments. If you're here to make a public comment, please come forward to the lectern, give name and address. 2.5 minutes, please.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee, may it please the committee, my name is Andrew Wonderly and I'm your Charleston Waterkeeper, and we work to protect, restore, and defend Charleston's waterways for people and for nature. I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed ordinance. I think it does something very important, and that it allows for reasonable development while assuring that wetlands are protected. Wetlands, green spaces, and trees are part of what makes the Low Country so special, but also protects us from flooding and makes our communities more resilient, and I think most importantly, protects local water quality. I think the ordinance also encourages thoughtful site planning that helps protect wetlands. And so I think the town is acting both responsibly and proactively, and you all should be commended for that. It's smart local governments, and it's governance that better protects our natural resources and our way of life. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all you do. Anyone else to speak in public comments? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Susie Carlson, and I'm an attorney with the Southern Environmental Law Center and a resident of Mount Pleasant. My address is 423 King Street. I want to begin by sincerely thanking the town for the hard work that y'all have put into the draft wetlands ordinance. I think we all know protecting wetlands is important, but as storm surge and flooding intensifies, wetlands are one of our most effective defenses. Coastal wetlands serve as natural shock absorbers by slowing down storms before they reach the mainland. By reducing storm impacts, wetlands save up to $23 billion each year in avoided damages. This is especially important because flooding is the most costly natural disaster in the United States. Importantly, wetlands are a smart and cost-effective investment for communities. Unlike built infrastructure such as seawalls, which require ongoing maintenance and repair, healthy wetlands can self-repair and adapt over time, even as sea levels rise. Getting a strong ordinance in place will protect us from the accelerating impacts and costs of flooding, and is ultimately the most cost-effective alternative for addressing flood impacts, rather than doing it after they occur. For these reasons, I want to reiterate my strong support for the town, and thank you again for your thoughtful consideration of this proposed ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for public comment? If not, section 3 on agenda item number 3, public comment is closed. Item 4, continued discussion and possible action on local wetland ordinance, and it already has discussion in there. So discussion and discussion.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, just a quick refresher, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee. We've traveled through the Green Commission a couple of times with this. They voted 4-0 on a early proposed draft to look at subdivision requests only. We brought this before you with the exceptions of eliminating or not including the single-family homes. You directed us to go back and take a look at that. We went before the Planning Commission again in the hearing. They were in favor of actually, bringing it down to the single-family level as well. We brought this back before you, and then you wanted to take a look at it and study it a little bit. And here we are as a very brief, quick update. And we did have a chance to meet with our David Paglarini, and he felt like, maybe adding this number 3 as the exception. Verbatim Bluffton ordinance here. It's the wetlands is a 5-acre threshold for that. There's some criteria for exemption under 5 acres. That's the owner certifies there's no wetlands on the property. no wetlands are identified on the site per any previous or historical information that can be found. And then the land disturbance activity is proposed as accessory to the existing uses and does not increase the density of the site. So that is under proposal to be added as an exception, and that is fairly verbatim from
Right, and let me jump in right there, Mr.
sir.
Paglioni. Did you say that does come from the Bluffton ordinance?
Yes, sir. And they have added, at least in the recent go round, new updates. But the answer is yes. And the reason the excellent lawyers there and Bluffton has developed, not only do I think it's easier for us to manage than the various exemptions I know that this committee and I know staff has been having a very difficult time with. It creates, I think safety in numbers is lazy, a lazy analysis. But what I do think is that using that same language and hoping that other municipalities come along and will continue a consistent approach, I think makes it easier for all of us to enforce and to defend if ever questioned. So that would be some of the rationale.
All right, and while we're on this, I just want to point out, it says, if the following conditions are met, and if you look at B, no wetlands are identified on the site by any prior wetland delineations or any existing watershed plans or advanced identification of disposal areas, studies, interim watershed plans, national, all of that, and the land disturbance or activity proposed is accessory to the existing use and does not increase the density of the site. So to me, and committee members, I'm thinking out loud. One reason we did this was in the aftermath of the Sackett decision, it left what were delineated wetlands sort of orphaned, I guess, by the law, at least under the law. And so if it says that no wetlands are identified on the site by any prior delineations, as I look at this, and we have not discussed it as a committee, doing this and having that in there would cover that gap that was one of our original intentions in the first place. So I intend to look at that very favorably. I just wanted to see how y'all feel about that.
Mayor, I have a question. I know I had talked about what initially was done with subdivisions was the farthest down it went. Then we added single-family residential units. Does this change that now to say simply 5 acre, not required if the site is less than 5 acres, or not required if the site is less than 5 acres? Does that take the place of the single family, which I'm fine with? I know some of y'all thought we needed to do individual, but what I'm concerned about is if we get too specific, we have a chance of having the whole thing thrown out. And that's why I like this, even though I still think it's too specific. But if this is what our attorneys are suggesting as an alternative, I'm fine with it.
And sir, I think you said a lot what I said. I mean, some of the exceptions we were looking at it before were very specific. And as you know, one of staff's concerns was how are we going to enforce this? Who is going to enforce it, and the level of expertise? So I think those are factors. And yes, it is 5 acres, and I know that is a concern as to whether it's going to apply really to anybody. But those items that the mayor pointed out, I mean, I think they cover what, at least what I understood the intent of committee was to make sure that there's sufficient coverage so that this actually has teeth. You know, it isn't something that anyone can just you know, it's not going to apply to anyone. But I'd let staff, of course, the experts.
Did you have it?
Well, I think when commission recommended that it be single family, I mean, I don't know. None of that's going to be included if on 5 acres.
Well,
that it won't
this-
count if it's less than 5
but
acres. So
this-
then that does eliminate single family homes.
But it has a condition though,
Right.
that it was never previously by any prior wetland delineation had a wetland on it. Am I reading that wrong?
That's correct. You could have a scenario where you have a single family home that previously had an isolated wetland that was able to fill in portion of it or their portion of that. So that would actually relate to that because they're not increasing the density and they previously had a isolated wetland on the property and the owner knows about it. So that would actually pertain to that particular situation.
Right.
So you can actually get down to the single family level if those criterias are present on the property.
So if it had a previously a prior wetland delineation,
Yes.
then it does not get this exemption.
Correct.
So that's where that protects it.
Correct. Yes.
So without saying single family or whatever, if it's less than 5 acres, to get the exemption, it has to not have a prior wetland delineation on the property.
That's correct. Yes, that's the way I understand it. That's
Right.
the way how it would be applied. Now, this of course is something that we will work with other municipalities. We'll work with people that are trying to develop the property, and then of course we will be able to report back to let you know what kind of effectiveness, what are we seeing, some of the things that we can maybe improve upon and change. So this is a very good first start.
Mr. Pagliarini, quick question. In order not to have a fight over what this means, could we put in there, and I know, are we looking at the exact legal verbiage or is this supposed to be just a summary, but it could say all of the following conditions are met, right? It didn't mean one of those three. It has to be all.
Yes, sir. We can further clarify that. Yes, sir.
Okay. Because
That's the intent.
that's the intent, is it has to meet all of those. So if it never had a delineated wetland on it, then we're not then it's not applying anyway, because this applies to wetlands or what was previously. Okay.
So-
And that does cover individual lots. Yes, sir.
So in one of the previous, the Public Works presentation, they showed a pretty graphic map of the areas that flood on a regular basis, which would indicate if they flood on a regular basis, the question would be, do they then qualify for any of the things that we're talking about here? I mean, we had I don't know where that study came from, because that's the first time I've seen it. I know you've done some studies before that delineates where the wetlands are and as well as the different types of wetlands. But that study showed most of the borders of the town that flood on a regular basis. So would we assume that a great number of those would fall under this protection?
I would not assume that because that is based on elevation.
Yeah.
We have isolated wetlands in higher elevation
Sure,
parts
sure,
of the town as
sure.
well as the lower elevations. But that was, tidally induced type flooding. Wetlands are completely different. There's
Right.
actual ecosystem that is established in these particular areas. So it's not like water comes in and then comes out, and then all of a sudden you've got a wetland. You actually
Sure.
have to have
Sure.
historical standing water. So I would treat those two separately, completely separately, because you're dealing with a whole different game with each one of them.
I guess really what I'm always looking at is what fits and what doesn't fit based on what studies we have today. But I understand your point of view, but it's always nice to know the starting point. What are the delineated wetlands and what are not the delineated wetlands we currently have under these items?
Right. Yes, ma'am. That's right.
Oh, and also, I mean, it says if the activity does not increase density of the site. So garages don't count. because that's not counted as square footage,
I would
or
take that as the actual number of units, and you can correct
or
me if I'm wrong.
oh, if you're not adding a house, but you're adding a garage. I mean, I don't.
I would say yes, and I would also say again, as was said before, all of these requirements have to be met. So of course, if there's any prior wetland delineations, it would be looked at from that perspective. Our density, the definition of density, units per acre, additional square footage. If we wanted to apply it to additional square footage, we could certainly spell that out as well. So there's no question if that is what the committee and council ultimately want to do.
And then, okay, and then we're just going to trust the property owner. I mean, what's the recourse if they're not honest with us about whether they have wetlands on the site or not? I mean, I don't know. They could just fill something and we just wouldn't.
Well, all three criteria have to apply. So, so yes, that would be the participation of the owner would actually acknowledge that there are wetlands on the property if they do not have any historical wetlands on the property. So, it would just be one of the criteria that need to be met, and all three of them have to be met.
All three. Do we want to make a motion that we mention at the top that that all of the following conditions are met, and insert the word all? Do you need a motion for this, or just our verbal?
We can share. I think those are important changes, but they're really wordsmithing from ours. I don't think it changes the intent.
Okay.
So I'm happy to take those comments
And put them in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are we ready? Was there more?
I just had a next step slide, sir.
Okay.
If you want us to bring back a little polished version for next month, or we can just go ahead and move forward with Planning Commission for the public hearing, and then come back to you after that, and then go to public hearing for town council. It's a matter of whether or not you want to see it before it goes to public notice or not.
Tell me how y'all feel.
I'm ready to send it out.
Ready to send it out? I tend to be too.
Good.
I saw a quote today by General Patton from World War II: "A good plan executed now beats a perfect plan executed later." And I was talking to some advocates today. Remember, with our plastic bag thing, with some of our tree ordinances, with our noise ordinance and our short-term rental ordinance, we got it passed reasonably, and then continued to strengthen it over the years. I just don't want to nibble this thing to death and not get it out until next year. I really don't. I feel good. These exceptions were my big bugaboo, and I appreciate the language y'all brought back today that I think covers what those concerns were. Mr. Pagliarini, do you need a motion for this?
Just a motion of recommendation to recommend moving forward as presented.
Okay. So
moved.
We'll take next steps.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you very much. I believe that was item 4. Item 5 is to adjourn. So this committee stands adjourned. Good work, guys.
Oh, we've got one more meeting.
Yeah, it is in person.
Oh, God.
Are you on it?
Yeah. I might as well just sleep up here.
I told Christina she missed the only opportunity ever to have lunch and supper.
And supper. That's right.
You've got a plan.
That would have taken a lot.
Yeah. Not even Rex. I'm good. I'm good. I thought it was executive session.
You're talking
Here's your seat. I kept your seat warm.
Yeah. I heard that. I'm ready too.
It's been a long day.
I'm exhausted.
I feel like this January with all of our council stuff, it's been every single week.
I was sitting there going,
Next week.
I think we can say good evening and welcome to Bids and Purchases. They have obviously saved the best for last. Item number 2 is approval of minutes from the January 5th, 2026 meeting. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. And that passes. We'll move on to agenda item number 3, which is public comments. Is there anybody from the public who would like to make a comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment and move on to our item number 4, award of a contract for Rifle Range Road at Long Grove Drive and Long Point Road at Bell Point Drive intersection improvements.
Good evening.
Ms. Harness.
Yes, so staff requested bids from qualified and interested bidders to construct intersection improvements at Rifle Range Road at Long Grove Drive and Long Point Road at Bell Point Drive. The work for the project consists of 3 new 10-foot pedestrian signal poles, 2 new pedestrian signals, 8 audible pedestrian systems, upgraded pedestrian signage, the installation of a new signal cabinet and controller with new electrical services, approximately 200 linear feet of conduit, a junction box, and a copper wire loop detector. The work will also consist of removal and installation of thermoplastic pavement marking and striping, including the realignment of 1 existing crosswalk and the addition of 1 crosswalk. Staff received 2 bids and determined that True Luck Construction, Inc. was the lowest, most responsive, and responsible bidder. Staff therefore recommend contracting with True Luck Construction, Inc. in the amount of $428,177 to construct the project.
Thank you, Ms. Harness. Any questions or comments from the committee?
I'm excited for this because I actually have a lot of friends that live off in Sweetgrass neighborhood and off of Bell Point Road that have been asking for improvements. So I'm excited to share the news with them.
No, I echo that. It's such a busy area, and we've got a lot of new development going into that area as well. So make it safer so you don't have a wreck going into the hospital.
Do you have a quick question for Mr. Aton, I believe, or his associate? Specific to the rifle range section, I drive this pretty frequently. I think in the past there's been some issues with sinkholes in the area, and I've noticed there seems to be some settling in the pavement in that area. I presume that's beyond the scope of this project.
From what I understand, yes.
Okay.
James might have more insight on that.
It's just something I've noticed. It seems to be getting a little bit worse as time progresses. There's a rut kind of that runs.
Yes,
You might even be able to see it on this aerial. I'm not sure. Yeah.
So so as part of the Long Grove and Rifle Range intersection, is that the one you're referencing?
Yes.
So we are extending that grass area out. There's a large section of pavement over there, and then really resurfacing the entire intersection. So you will see some improvements to those sinkhole and potholes. There are areas that hold water that will be regrading to eliminate that.
Great. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Is there a motion from the committee?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries 3-0, and that is the end of committee day.